Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Friday. We are done with the week, October 3rd, third day of Q4. And we're here. We are live. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We've got a ton to talk about over the past 24 hours. We've got headlines on NVIDIA. We've got headlines on Hoodie. We've got headlines on Ethereum. We've got a ton of different headlines on the macro. One of the headlines we don't have today is the non-farm payroll reports because the government is in its third day of being in a shutdown. So we don't have the actual numbers that were going to be very important numbers today, and it would definitely probably affect how the Fed thinks about inflation, how they think about the labor market. Now, we do have Chicago Fed estimates that this September would have had unemployment stay stable at around 4.3%. So although we don't actually have the non-farm payrolls, we do have a little bit of an understanding of it. But yeah, that's one of the headlines we are missing today. So we're going to see how the market reacts to not really getting these numbers. So far over the past couple of days, the market has not reacted that aggressively to the downside around the concept of a government shutdown. And hopefully this shutdown does not last longer than a week or two. But as of now, it looks like it is not going to end, and we are entering into the third day of that shutdown. In terms of the pre-markets, Bitcoin and Ethereum, they are doing their thing. Bitcoin right there, it hit 121 yesterday, right now at 120.4, not too bad. Ethereum right there, just under 4,500. And that has led to a company called Robinhood breaking 147 last night and in the pre-markets. Right now, it's just below 147. I don't even know what to say about the performance of Robinhood this week. I mean, we'll do a bit of a segment on Robinhood in a second because we have some new clips of Vlad at the Singapore conference. And I think he said some very, very important things that is only getting me more bullish on Robinhood, especially with the way that he said it and the conviction that he has. So we'll talk about that. But just an incredible week for this company, a really life-changing week for a lot of people for this company. And so we'll talk more about that. Tesla right there. Unfortunately, deliveries were good yesterday. The stock really couldn't keep up with it, but the stock is up a lot over the past month, almost 40%. That one's at 441. Palantir basically flat. NVIDIA, there is a headline around NVIDIA and the UAE. And thankfully, that's not really taking NVIDIA down right here in the pre-markets. I actually think there's a bullish spin on it, so we'll talk about that in a bit as well. But you got NVIDIA, that's green. S&P, that's basically flat. AMD crossing 170. SoFi above 2611. Grab at 610. That's up about 1%. Reddit up 5%. They got an upgrade this morning. We'll talk about that. Amazon's up. Amazon actually breaking 222. Meta right here is up back to 730. Salesforce is up a little bit. So you have a relatively flat to green pre-market. It's been a pretty strong week for the markets, and most stocks are holding some of their momentum, and we're going to see how that plays out on the last day of this week. But overall, equity's doing all right in the face of a government shutdown, which is, I think, one of the most important things that all of us were concerned about going into this week. So not too bad for what we got in the equity markets. Let's get started with a little bit of a macro discussion. I have a couple charts I want to show everybody, kind of will frame the beginning of how we should think of Q4. And then we will get into a bunch of other different segments that we have. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Happy Friday. It's been a long week, dude. Is it just me, or has it actually felt like a long week? It's like legit felt like a long week to me. And usually these weeks go by fast, but this is one of those weeks. I don't know what it was this week, but it just felt like it was a slow grind to the end of the week. But now we're here, and maybe it's just because of the ups and downs of the markets and like kind of how we saw this. Like literally, Hood was 120 on Monday. NVIDIA was 172 on Monday. So the fact that like you've had these dramatic changes is pretty incredible. The S&P broke 670 yesterday, right? So all-time highs. Now, even Bitcoin was at 109 on Monday or on Sunday night. So very, very, very nice to see a lot of this momentum. Yeah, September absolutely flew by, and now we are officially 3 days into October. All right, so let's get started with some of the macro, and then we will keep going from there. So first thing I want to show in the macro is just an updated stat on retail and retail investors loading up on stock. So this is from Citadel. Let me pull this up right here. Retail investors have been net buyers of individual equities in 21 of the last 24 weeks. Retail traders have only been net sellers in 7 out of the past 38 weeks in 2025. So you are still seeing that bullish momentum from retail traders and retail investors wanting to, once again, allocate capital to the equity markets, likely because either some of them want to continue buying the dip or they want to buy into that strength. And that's leading to a ton more analysis or a ton of more investors getting in to analyzing different companies and ultimately taking a position in them. Last week saw the largest buying imbalance since May 5th, reflecting a strong buy the dip activity. So last week was one of the largest weeks of more buying than selling. And retail's also been net buyers of ETFs. We talked about that yesterday with the Wall Street Journal article in 183 of the last 185 trading days year to date. So that is pretty incredible in terms of the amount of volume and excitement that retail has over these equities. And again, we're going to start earnings in about a week and a half. If earnings can put up the numbers that are necessary to kind of justify the buy the dip mentality, then I think that is going to be a big win for retail. And it's going to prove that these companies deserve to get these multiples. Goldman Sachs yesterday said over the last 20 trading days, there's been an average of 40 million calls traded per day, which is also kind of wild. It goes to show the level of bullish optimism. Now, one can see this data and say, hey, that's too optimistic. That's fair. That's a fair take. But one can also see this data and say, hey, people are buying into the strength. And you might not want to fight that trend and wait for some massive dip, which, look, it's healthy to wait for a dip and then buy that dip. But if that dip doesn't come, like in August and September, it came for maybe a day and you missed it. It's one of those things where people would rather say, you know what, I'd rather just get into this market versus be out of this market. So once again, even with the government shutdown, even with not getting jobs data, even with missing certain elements that people need to be able to make these investments, people would rather want to invest than not invest. Now, Kalshi has a new updated prediction market on how long the government shutdown will last, and they are saying 14.4 days. So that would be 2 weeks. That would be the longest shutdown since 2018. The average is about 8 days in aggregate from 1976. So I wonder if there will be any capitulation over the weekend, and maybe we'll get something that gets us a little bit closer to finding a way to end the shutdown. But as of now, this is what we've got with the government shutdown. So those are some of the macro stats I want to look at. Let's talk NVIDIA real quick, and then we'll get into HOOD and Ethereum. So NVIDIA, an article came out yesterday from the Wall Street Journal basically saying Jensen's upset. And the reason Jensen's upset is because NVIDIA's multi-billion-dollar AI chip deal with the UAE that was announced in May. Remember, we were live. Stock was at like 125, bolstered all the way to 138 that day just because Jensen and Trump were with the Prince of Saudi Arabia and they were signing these $2 trillion deals. Well, that deal is not happening. It's on hold nearly 5 months later. And the reason for that is because the Wall Street Journal is saying that Lutnick is pressing the Emiratis to finalize their U.S. investments first, while national security concerns added to China continued delays, right? So the concerns around China and the overall state of the Emiratis actually investing has led to more delays. And they're also reporting that Huang and NVIDIA executives have voiced their frustration to the administration. We know that Trump and Jensen are relatively close now, but the deal is expected to start with at least $1 billion invested in the U.S. for $1 billion worth of chips by year end. So basically, Lutnick is saying, hey, Saudis, if you guys actually invest $1 billion into the United States like you said you were going to do, then we are going to put $1 billion into we're going to let you have $1 billion worth of chips. The future of the agreement is largely in the hands of Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who initially championed the deal. The Commerce Department's approval is critical to getting the deal done because the agency has to give NVIDIA and other involved permissions to send the chips to the UAE. So from that perspective, I think this is actually bullish NVIDIA. Now, why is this bullish NVIDIA versus bearish, and why is the stock actually up in the pre-markets? I think it's because the market's like, oh, wait, NVIDIA has none of the revenue from the UAE or China factored in. I mean, we know they lost the China revenue, but I actually didn't know that they didn't have any of the UAE revenue. I thought they had at least some of it. Apparently, they had none of it. So to me, that's actually bullish because if you get any of that momentum from China and the UAE, you're likely going higher, right? Like that should change analyst estimates, at least for the China stuff. Maybe the UAE stuff is already priced in, but if we haven't seen it, then it should be an upward surprise on earnings. Probably not in Q3 or Q4, hopefully in Q1 of 2026. But you would think on an article like that, the stock would potentially be down because the market's just like, hey, we don't have updates on the certainty, and the market hates uncertainty around revenue and EPS estimates. But if it's inevitably going to get done, which you would imagine Lutnick wants, billions of dollars coming from the Saudis and the Middle East into the United States, then it should get done. And if that's the case, NVIDIA will be able to sell their chips. So I think that's actually bullish on NVIDIA. NVIDIA did get a bunch of upgrades this week into that 240, 250 range. It broke out to 191. We'll see today if it can close above 190, but still at 189. Not too bad. And then last update right here that also still ties to NVIDIA. Gemini was the top app for the past 3 weeks ahead of ChatGPT. ChatGPT was the top app basically for the past year and a half on the United States iOS App Store. Sora by OpenAI is now the #1 app on the App Store ahead of Google Gemini. If you're an NVIDIA shareholder and these are the top 3 apps on the planet, you kind of don't care which one is over the other because all of them at the end of the day rely on GPUs. It's quite incredible, right? All of these apps at the end of the day required to spend more on NVIDIA, whether it's a Gemini, whether it's a ChatGPT, or whether it's Sora. And Sora is probably going to be lighting those GPUs on fires in terms of how they're operating. So from that perspective, I don't think any of this is slowing down anytime soon. And you're just seeing more and more and more of this momentum. Now, let me play this clip real quick. This is from the Grok CEO, and not the Elon Grok CEO, but rather the GROQ CEO, which is an inference chip training company. He did a great podcast talking about how chip demand is insatiable. And here's something he said that I thought was quite interesting in terms of how much demand is needed and how much little supply there actually is to fulfill that demand.
So let's analyze it in a couple of different ways. From an economic point of view, makes perfect sense. Why not do that all day long? The value accrues if there is lock-in, right? That's where, like, when revenue increases result in stock price increases that are greater than the amount of the revenue, it's because you believe that that revenue is going to continue. And that's the belief. And I would actually say with NVIDIA, that's probably true. However, it's not just because NVIDIA is good, and NVIDIA is very good. It's also because there isn't enough compute in the world. There isn't. The demand for compute is insatiable. I would wager that if OpenAI were given twice the inference compute that they have today, if Anthropic was given twice the inference compute that they have today, that within 1 month from now, their revenue would almost double.
I'm sorry, can you unpack that for me?
They are compute limited. And it comes...
But how would their revenue double if they had double the compute?
Right now, one of the biggest complaints of Anthropic is the rate limits. People can't get enough tokens from them. And if they had more compute, they could produce more tokens and they could charge more money. And with OpenAI, it's a chat service. So how do you regulate your chat service? You run it slower. You get less engagement.
How important is speed, do you think? Like, there's a lot of...
So this is a really good interview. I'm going to link it right here in the chat. Again, Grok is one of those companies that is really beginning to innovate in the chip industry. And it's a hell of a claim by the CEO. And again, this is a guy who's been working on this for the past 15 years, and they are deep into it. Grok is growing like crazy right now. And his argument is, hey, there is not enough compute and supply, kind of what we've been hearing by Iran, Mike Novogratz yesterday, Cypher, TeraWulf, all these companies. The reason the Nebiuses and CoreWeaves are getting these deals is because there is way more demand than supply. The question is, if you're an AI bear, you don't believe that. If you're an AI bull, you really believe that. And you got to be on one side of the aisle. Either you believe it or you don't. Either demand outstrips supply or supply outstrips demand. And there's a bottleneck of demand that is not going to be enough to fulfill the basically earnings multiple that we have pulled forward based on all the contracts that have been yet to be signed. And so you either believe one of those are true. His argument is, hey, if OpenAI and Anthropic had more access to compute, more access to GPUs, they would double their revenues in a month. OpenAI is doing $12 billion a year. For him to say, hey, they would be able to double that if they just had more compute, it's not that crazy as it sounds, given Sam Altman is trying to raise trillions of dollars to build his own GPUs. He just signed a $100 billion deal with Jensen. Like, all of these guys are saying the bottleneck is actually the amount of compute constraints they have versus demand. So if that is true, I mean, you had Cantor Fitzgerald this morning saying, hey, NVIDIA, we think it's going to 10 trillion. And Grok, that guy in the interview said in 5 years, he would be very surprised if NVIDIA is not at minimum 10 trillion. You either believe it or you don't. And if that does end up playing out, then obviously that would be very, very bullish for NVIDIA and the entire AI ecosystem that exists. All right, Ethereum and Robinhood. Let's talk ETH and let's talk Robinhood. We got some footage from Vlad at the conference in Singapore, and I was watching this last night. I could not believe what he said. It's just one of those things where you're like, this guy does not want to lose. Here's a couple clips of what he was talking about, and we'll get into the implications of that for Hoodie, but also for Ethereum and the entire global financial system that might start to get eaten by tokenization.
Tokenization of private companies is still quite early. So what we demonstrated in Europe is that the technology works, and we did it in the form of a giveaway to customers. But what hasn't been unlocked yet is real-time 24/7 trading. And I think there's a lot of things that we still have to figure out, not just with regulators, but also with these companies, because they rightly do have some concerns. It's a new thing. Not all of them like their stocks being traded in real time 24/7. And I think that we're going to get to a point, I think, in the next probably 5 to 10 years where it is ubiquitous. I mentioned in my talk that tokenization is a freight train. It can't be stopped. And I think eventually it'll eat the whole global financial system. But it's going to take time for everyone to be comfortable with it. So that's why we're pursuing multiple angles. We did want to be the first to tokenize OpenAI and SpaceX. And I don't know if there will be a Guinness Book of World Records for that one, but there should be.
I heard that last night, and it just reminded me of why I invest in Vlad. I mean, there was so much controversy after the OpenAI SpaceX debacle about OpenAI coming out saying, hey, this is not actually our stock, like, don't invest in this, blah, 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 blah. And you would think that would kind of make the person who engaged in started all that controversy, aka Vlad, kind of shy away from it, maybe not talk about it, not embrace it. And he's like, yeah, to be honest, we didn't really care what anyone thought. We wanted to be the first ones to do it. We were the first ones to do it. And by the way, there should be a Guinness Book of World Records for the first people to tokenize OpenAI and SpaceX. Doesn't exist, but it probably should. I mean, you have this level of conviction and just screw you, I'm coming to take over the entire financial system type of mentality. And that's the type of mentality you need from someone who's actually in the process of thinking they can build $1 trillion enterprise to take over what currently exists as the modern payrolls or payment infrastructure for the financial system. And I think that in and of itself is part of the thesis of Robinhood. I think a lot of people missed early in the days that Vlad is a monster. He's a killer. He's ruthless, and didn't seem like that in 2022, 2021 when everything was going downside, but he always had that in him. And now it is starting to come out. Now, here's where he talks a little bit more about the concept of tokenization, particularly around real estate.
And I think real estate's a big opportunity. I think it's smart that they're aggressively pursuing that because everyone wants access to high quality real estate, particularly the mass market.
But isn't it true real estate is actually more complex? I mean, they tried this before. It hasn't really worked.
It has some similarities to a private company, actually. If you think about what a real estate investment looks like, you create a corporation. Using that corporation, you acquire some assets. It has some costs, which you want to minimize as much as possible. Maintenance. It has revenues like rent, receivables, or depending on how you use it. So if you can tokenize a private company, that same technology can actually be used to tokenize real estate, be it residential, commercial, and yeah, I think we figured out how to do it. It's just a question of regulation and what the right products are for different groups of customers.
As you can see, he's living in the future. He's living in the future, and that right there is very bullish for Ethereum. Now, why is it bullish for Ethereum? Robinhood has set up their layer 2 for tokenization to essentially be built on top of the layer 1 that is Ethereum. And as a result, that is only going to get more supply and demand and fees on Ethereum. So when he's talking about tokenizing the entire financial system and real estate being one of those hot topics, like very similar to a private company, right? You have a lot of different nuances to how a private company operates, given it's not publicly traded. How would you tokenize that? He's saying, hey, the tech already exists. It's a regulatory issue. It's a trial and error. We have to go through a bunch of experiments. But the point is someone's going to do it. And it's either going to be us or someone else. But it seems like he is on the path to trying to make that happen. Here is the SharpLink co-CEO, the former head of digital assets at BlackRock, also talking about how tokenization is going to eat the financial system.
I see stable coins growing from about 250 to 300 billion to many trillion.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that happen not just in Tether, not just in Circle USDC. App chains are starting and applications are having their own stable coins. That is going to be a massive growth vehicle on Ethereum. I think we're at the first or second inning in American, that's like the early stages of a sport, of assets being tokenized.
Yeah.
First, it started with a few funds. You're going to see every common equity listed on central exchanges and then operate in tokenized form. So you look 3 to 4 years from now, the crypto industry is not going to be crypto anymore. It's going to be cryptographic, but it's going to be about digital securities. And that's going to be measured in the many, many trillions, multiples of the current market cap of crypto. And that's really good for decentralized networks. I see.
It's happening, folks. It really does feel like it's happening. Now, Ethereum will go up and down, Bitmine will go up and down, but long term, if more and more of these companies begin to embrace the concept of stablecoins, the concept of crypto, we're just going to see a lot more excitement around the concept of Ethereum. And it doesn't look like that is slowing down anytime soon, which is very, very, very exciting. So Bitmine right there, 56.56. That's up a little bit in the pre-markets. Ethereum is up, and then you got Robinhood right there, just under 147. And again, what I also think is really important around the concept of crypto is like it's something that what Vlad said last night is you can't avoid it. Tokenization is coming, and you have to be ready to embrace it. So for anyone who doesn't like the concept of crypto or hates what cryptocurrencies are, you're going to be forced to embrace it. And by the way, I was the same person. I was the same person back in freaking 2022. I did not understand crypto. If you guys were watching the channel, I was very bearish Bitcoin. I thought it was kind of stupid. I didn't understand Ethereum. And I had to go through a journey of saying, hey, what actually are these companies using these platforms for? Why do they exist? Why in a 95% bear market in 2017 did people want to continue buying these assets? I mean, I was in college when I saw Bitcoin and Ethereum, go from 20,000 Bitcoin down to like 3,000. And I thought it was a scam. And it takes some time to really understand the nature of the technology and what's going on. But I think at this point, given the level of institutionalization that's there, it's just hard to say it's all fake, even if you ideologically are not a fan of crypto. And I think that's important because either you embrace technology and change or you don't, but complaining about it doesn't make that much sense if it's actually happening. So very, very cool to see Bitcoin right there at 120, and you got a relatively green pre-market across the board. Tesla right there is up 1.5%, then NVIDIA 189.52. Triple V, thank you once again for the $200 super chat. Appreciate you being here. You guys know Triple V is loaded up heavy on hoodies, so it's been a decent week for Mr. Triple V on Robinhood. About 4.5 million shares, stocks up like $20, so nice little $80 million week for Triple V. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Robinhood right there, 146.89. And again, those interviews that I saw last night from Vlad, it just continues to show me the guy's not slowing down. The guy's not slowing down. By the way, last thing on Robinhood right here, 21 million contracts on their prediction markets were traded yesterday on the 49ers versus Los Angeles Rams. Who won that game, by the way? I actually didn't see who won. Niners won it, 26-23. So that's $215,000 of revenue that Robinhood made yesterday on one prediction market on one game. By the way, this morning, they introduced 547 new prediction markets. So if you go into the Robinhood app, there's over 500 new prediction markets that are available to bet on. This is going to potentially be a $1 billion run rate business for them, probably in, I would say, realistically 5 years. But it could happen in the next 2 to 3, at least getting close to that $500 million annual run rate. And if so, that's definitely going to diversify the business because even if the markets are up and down, people constantly like to bet on sports. And so that's kind of detached a bit from the sentiment of the markets. I mean, if you're a sports bettor, you're a sports bettor. And yes, there'd probably be less sports betting in a bear market, but overall, that activity is separate. And that could be very good for diversifying their revenues as well. So there you go. Lena says, I got my gold card today. I love it. A lot more people are getting the gold card as well, which is very nice. All right, let's take a look at what else is going on in the pre-markets. Nebius right here had a great day yesterday. Wow, 127, new all-time highs for Nebius. So data center spend continuing to get the market excited about that. CoreWeave ending out the week, or ending out at least the first 4 days at 137, still up about 15%, just under that 140 level. Intel, I was talking about Intel yesterday with Chris and Steve. I don't know how we faded Donnie T on the Intel investment. I mean, that was so obvious. The president of the United States is investing $8 billion into Intel. You would think all of us would be like, yeah, we probably should follow that. And like, maybe some of you guys did, but I definitely did it. I was not pounding the table saying, hey, this is an interesting thing. Nope, not at all. So yeah, this one got away. And I don't know now if it's the right time to bet on it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's already made like a 40-50% move. So 100% move from when it was at $18. But Intel right there, 37.52. Again, the Intel AMD partnership is the rumor a couple of days ago that really got the market excited as well, that AMD might use Intel as one of their foundries to build more chips in the United States. So that could be bullish Intel. And if you get the Apple partnership, TSMC partnership, I mean, you have a variety of things that could happen to keep spiking up Intel. And it looks like that is not stopping. Ondas, this one has been great all week. That's up 7.38%. I know they had earnings and they announced a partnership yesterday. They're up 20% in the past 5 days and up 83% in the past month. So very, very, very nice to see from some of these drone companies. And I know retail has been following the drone companies very well, which is also very exciting right here. Ondas up 83% over the past month. BMNR again is at the $56 range. I have a lot of questions of people saying, hey, is it time to buy this? Look, the problem with BMNR is that it'll make a run like this and then it'll just go down on dilution, or if Ethereum takes a little bit of a dip on a random Sunday, Bitmine will open up red on a Monday. So it's one of those things where I would more comfortably sell puts than necessarily buy. So maybe puts at 52, 53, which I know is not that different from 56, but at least you'll get paid a little premium and you'll get a better price. But if you want to get in, at some point you have to DCA, right? The question is just when do you want to DCA? Now the MNAV right here is $40.56, or the NAV is $40.56. The MNAV is 1.4. So you are trading at a relatively healthy premium. We've seen that MNAV compress down to 1.1. That has happened many times in the past. So could that happen again if ETH takes a dip? Yes, of course. It's just hard to time it because ETH is not as predictable. You know, there's not that, like, we can look at all the different stats around why the Ethereum network is growing, but that doesn't necessarily mean the price has to grow. So I don't know. From that perspective, I would say that you would sell some puts right here to get an entry and then kind of go from there. Bitmine right there just below 57. Grab, that's at 609. Again, we talked about this yesterday. Grab Maps, I think it is a very big deal that they are expanding internationally. The first country they're going to is Mongolia, and they are essentially bringing SaaS revenue with their mapping technology in a whole different country. I think this can expand across the entire world, particularly in the Middle East, which they already have a lot of ties to, and that would be very bullish. Now, remember, Grab was trading at 660 last week. So this dip all the way back down to the 6s and 580s to me is a fluke. It's not real. I think a lot of it's just people are taking some profits, market makers doing some manipulation. If you look at the put call ratio on Grab, it's still below 0.05, which is very bullish in terms of the calls that are traded versus the puts. And so I think it's gearing up for a massive Q4 if the company can deliver on a good earnings. And maybe they don't. Maybe the earnings are kind of and they fall below expectations. But if the earnings get to the earnings that I think they can get to, which is upwards of 25% revenue growth and increasing that adjusted EBITDA into that $500 million range, I think it goes higher. And the fact that people were trading this, casually above 630 last week, like hundreds of millions of shares, not just like a fluke, one day. It's like no, for about 4 or 5 days, it was ranging from 630 to 660. I think this is a buy the dip. And I think it likely gets more momentum after the earnings. So that would be my update on Grab. And I have been buying the dip all week. I bought a lot more in the 580s. S&P right there, 669.70. AMD's at 170. ASTS also having a great week. That one's down about 2% in the pre-markets, but it's up almost 20% for the week. It was up 17% yesterday. And Rocket Lab was also up 9% yesterday. 52.10 is what you've got in the pre-markets. Oklo, that stock is green, no, down 127.80, but still holding the 100s. Lemonade, that one's at 54.02. Galaxy, I do not own this stock. A lot of people asked if I owned it. I do not own it. I don't know that much about Galaxy Digital. Their team just reached out and I knew about Mike Novogratz, so I wanted to do the interview, but I do not own this name. I got to do a lot more due diligence to understand this name. I understand it's transitioning from a Bitcoin mining company to a data center company. Is it the best one out of all the data center? I have no idea. So I've got to do a little bit more research here. But I will say the Galaxy Digital retail army is massive. Like I posted that interview yesterday on Twitter, and the amount of people in this Galaxy community, I did not know it was this big of a guy. I did not know these many people care about it, but they do. So there is a huge following around this. Kind of reminds me a little bit of ASTS in terms of the level of cult that exists around the stock, which in and of itself could be a reason to invest. But yeah, this one I have to do a bit more work on. I do not own Lemonade. We did a deep dive on Lemonade a while ago, but I do not own that one. Oscar, how's that one doing? 1987, that is up 3%, trying to crack the 20s again. UNH, I think, broke 350 yesterday. UNH, 358, not bad, up another 1.29%. This thing was at 230 when we got the Tepper, Buffett, and Burry buys. You don't usually see Tepper, Buffett, and Burry agree on something, but they did. And now UNH is a bit higher from there, from 230 here to 358. D-Wave, let's look at some quantum. That passes 30 in the pre-markets. There you go, $30.70. That's up 5.1% on the day. I think all of Quantum has had an amazing week. Rigetti, I believe that's all-time highs. That's up another 5%, 37.20. And then IONQ, is that over 70? That is just above 70, 70.49, up 1.28%. So Quantum, again, you got a lot of people that are polarized on the concept of it, but the stocks have done well, regardless of how you feel about the actual technology. And they have held up in this market. SoundHound right there, that's up another 2%. This one has also had a great week. Dell and SMCI, they were also up. Dell's up a little bit right here, and then SMCI was up based on the compute demand that helped NVIDIA get higher. And that's how you had Dell get some more momentum as well. So not too bad. Not too bad across the board. Thank you to everybody who subscribed to the Substack yesterday. I just made an official domain for it. So it's called amidstdeepdives.com. And so that can easily get you to the Substack. I'll leave it right here in the chat. But I appreciate everyone who subscribed. The first deep dive will be out October 15th. And yeah, it looks like there's a lot of demand for people that want long form written content that goes super deep into companies. And I'll try to turn them into like audio podcasts for Spotify for people that don't want to read. And then the best ones will do like an hour-long video on it with some guests. So that is my plan to kind of make those deep dives more consumable for people. But I'm excited for it. And really, the reason I'm excited for it is because, again, I just think to grow as a stock picker, to grow as an investor, you have to analyze a lot of businesses. Like, you just have to. And I do a lot of macro research every day. I see a lot of headlines every day. I try to like understand the state of interest rates and inflation. I think that's also really important if you're going to be a long-term investor, just understanding market cycles. But over the past couple of years, I don't think I've actually deep dived into more than maybe 10 companies. And I should be doing that, every year. It should be at least 35 to 40 companies just to get better as like an analyzer of businesses. So that is the goal. It's a personal challenge for me. And I'm happy to kind of share that with everybody, and hopefully people can find it valuable. Now let's get an update on the shutdown. Again, we are entering day 3 of that shutdown, and hopefully we are coming to an end soon, but these are the updates we have right now. And we'll see over the weekend if we can make any progress on getting this to be over.
Is going to end, but we are seeing a potential off-ramp that could be emerging, a bipartisan path forward on extending some of those tax credits for healthcare premiums. Now, right now, of course, those enhanced credits, they're set to expire at the end of the year, and most of the 24 million Americans who get their healthcare through that Affordable Care Act marketplace, they would likely see their premiums rise about 75%, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. Now, while Democrats have pushed to extend the credit, several Republican lawmakers have told me that they would be open to a limited extension. So something with caps, something with things to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Congresswoman Jen Kiggans, she's leading the effort in the House and said she would be open to fix preventing those with higher incomes from accessing the credits.
Income caps is an important place to start. Right now, there are no income caps. That was one of the changes made during COVID. So we have people that can make any amount of money, $500,000, $600,000, that are still eligible for these premium tax credits. So perhaps putting an income cap in place.
Now, not all Republicans are on board with an extension. Many are opposed to it. After all, this is Obamacare. Many of them have never supported that, as well as, of course, the cost of continuing the credits over the next decade stretches into the hundreds of billions of dollars. But at this point, we're just talking discussions. There's no deal yet. And this afternoon, when the Senate is expected to vote again, they are also expected to fall short of that 60 votes needed to reopen the government, meaning that we're going to have a shutdown through the weekend and into Monday. Guys?
So, I mean, it's the same debate around what they're thinking around extending these healthcare subsidies. And I think eventually there will be some capitulation. I do not think that continues as long as some people think it's going to continue, but we're going to have to ultimately see. Goolsbee, one of the Fed presidents, he is also on CNBC. Let's go over to him and get his thoughts on the government shutdown and what it means for data, interest rates, and the labor market.
So the Chicago Fed, not because we knew there was going to be a government shutdown, we didn't, but because we've been trying to get better real-time measures of what's happening in the job market, we've recently rolled out the Chicago Fed labor market indicators. And one of those indicators, we turn to 11 different data sources. We take the official data plus high-quality private sector sources, and one of the numbers that we keep is a real-time estimate of what will be the unemployment rate. So barring getting an actual unemployment rate, we released yesterday that the unemployment rate would have been announced to be 4.3%. That is unchanged and stay where it is.
Austin, I looked at that data and your methodology there, and it looks a little bit like you're California sober on that, in the sense that you have not really forsworn the official data. A lot of it's based on the official data. So it seems like we're kind of cool in knowing
I totally agree.
Yeah, it's kind of cool in knowing what today might have been, but we don't know about, let's say, next week when we don't get jobless claims, although we are getting some state level stuff. Goldman Sachs came out with a report this morning estimating that in the absence of 2 states, they think it would have been 224,000. But isn't it right, as time goes by, we lose contact with
as
what
time
we think
goes
is
by,
the
it will
reality?
get worse. There's no question the best jobs data in the world come from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We need that data. We want that data. We can use what we have, which are private sector sources. We can look at the state unemployment claims and plug those into the formula. Over time, exactly as you say, Steve, it's going to get farther and farther from the truth.
So again, they do not have access to all the data. I don't know if the best data in the world comes from the BLS. Past 2 years has kind of proved that it's not the best data in the world. I would say it's like the only data that we have. And I don't know why we haven't figured out a way to actually make it the best data, given we have the best technology in America. But the point is, we don't have that data. And unfortunately, until we get that data, the market is going to be in a state of uncertainty. But so far, the market doesn't care too much about that, because I think the market's analysis around the labor market is, hey, it's weakening. And that's okay, because we know that it was going to weaken. So it's not a surprise. And that likely means we're going to get more rate cuts. Now, USAR right here, this stock is up 15%. The reason it's up 15% is because looks like on Friday, which is today, the company is in close communication with the Trump administration when asked whether it would be open to a deal with the U.S. government. Wow. So regardless of what's happening with the labor market, the government shutdown, inflation, the impacts of that on the broader macro, you've got Trump that is continuing to find new assets that he wants to invest in. We saw what happened with Intel. We saw what happened with Lithium Americas. USAR up 15%, potentially. I mean, MP, which is a company inside of the space of rare earth minerals, they got a investment from the Pentagon, $400 million, and from Apple. So not exactly from the Treasury, but from a part of the government. NVIDIA and AMD potentially giving up 15% of the revenue from China to the U.S. government. USAR looks like the next one in place to be part of Donnie T's VC fund, essentially, for the United States. Now, do you buy into this? I don't know, because it's not officially confirmed. It's just what the company said they're in talks of doing. Stock's already up 83%. It's now up over 100% based on this 15% move in the pre-markets. Past month, it's up 65%. But like this is what makes a bull market, right? There are probably people that loaded up call options on Lithium Americas or USA Rare Earth or MP or Intel, either right after the announcement or right before the announcement. And still, they have made so much momentum from those moves that it's led to more and more growth. It's quite incredible. It's quite incredible. The hard part about buying these after the announcements, it's like it's already up so much. And that was the problem with Intel, right? But if there's still more room to grow, then maybe that continues its momentum. Now, Trump also did say yesterday, I don't think this is real at all. I think he just put this statement out there to put it out there. I wouldn't believe it, but he said, we are considering taxpayer rebates of $1,000 to $2,000 using tariff money. If this happens, folks, if they give us a $2,000 stimmy check because of the tariffs, we are going so much higher, like so much higher. If this actually happens. Now, so is inflation. Inflation's going higher as well. And I, as an American citizen, would rather have us pay off the debt than give out money, especially because the tariff revenue we're getting, it's not just like free money. Like there is a cost associated with that capital. And hopefully, if we can pay down some of the debt, that offsets some of the cost that's associated with the money. But if we treat it as free money, it would be very inflationary. Now, would Trump buy some votes if he does that? Yes. So, that could be an incentive on his side, but definitely don't think that would be the best idea. Straight to BM&R Leaps. Yeah, dude, if Trump announces 2,000 stimmy checks, we are buying Leaps on everything. Literally everything at that point. because we're going higher. But this time we just got to sell before inflation really peaks. That was the thing about, dude, you could have made a killing in 2020, 2021. You just had to get out in November. If you got out from any time around October to December 2021, you made out like a bandit. If you held on thinking that 2022 would be more of the same, that's where you got crushed. And, you know, obviously it's really hard to time the market. So not just retail, but institutional guys, they held on thinking 2022 would be more of the same, and it wasn't. So that happens again. It would be kind of wild, but I kind of think Trump's just saying it. I don't think he's actually going to implement that. Tesla right there, 443. That's up 1.62%. S&P up about 0.2. We got 4 minutes until the market opens. Then NVIDIA, 189.49, trying to go again for that 190 on NVIDIA. OpenAI is now the world's most valuable private company, overtaking SpaceX. OpenAI just raised at $500 billion because employees were able to sell stock of about $6.6 billion at a $500 billion valuation. The last major raise they had was at about $350 billion. But the fact that employees were able to actually sell stock to private investors in the secondary markets to the tune of $6 billion, not a small amount of stock, at a $500 billion valuation is quite incredible. So you got Canva at $42 billion, which I'm really excited when they IPO. That is an IPO I absolutely will buy. You got SpaceX at number 2, and you got OpenAI at number 1, which is kind of wild, bro, because I kind of think SpaceX is probably more valuable than OpenAI. But, you know, investors are willing to pay the multiple. And if they're willing to pay that for OpenAI, that's what gets you into number 1. Have you ever dug deep into Tempest? I have not. I know that Kathy and Nancy love this one, and it's been a winner. By the way, ARK is up 50% this year. ARK has done incredible. So I know Kathy got a lot of shit over the past couple of years, but she's held on to her strategy. It's up 56% this year. Tempest is a name to look into. I think I will look into it. I know it's a healthcare AI play. I've always been confused why exactly other companies can't just do a lot of what they're doing as a vertical of their AI stack. But Tempest seems to be very focused on healthcare. So I do think it's worth looking into that company as well. So that's what you have in the private markets as well. In terms of SoFi, look, I know people are concerned about SoFi and they're wondering, is this like a legit dip or is it just a breather? Is it slowing down? Is it a downtrend? I don't have the answer to that question, but all I can say is look at the earnings. The earnings were exceptional last quarter. They're probably going to continue to be exceptional. Stock broke 30. It's going to try to, you know, go up and down to really establish itself above 30. And I think the next catalyst is going to be earnings, and rate cuts, you know, are going to still be a bullish catalyst. So I think whatever happened with the Upstart credit report last week that really messed it up, even though that's been corrected, I don't think it's that serious in terms of structurally hurting SoFi's business. Also, their credit rating and their credit underwriting is just way better than Upstart. So I wouldn't use that as like your core level of due diligence to be upset about SoFi. Reddit right there, that's up 5%. Again, they got an upgrade this morning. Amazon, that's up a little bit. Apple's actually down. Elf is up a bit. Ethereum at 0.16% up, just under 4,500. Then Bitcoin at 120.6. It has been really good for Bitcoin and Ethereum to start off October. Hopefully that momentum can continue. And we're going to see today if we can continue to hold on. So look, it's been a decent week. It's been a decent week. Hopefully we ended out right. First week of Q4. And now it's time to see how we end out going into the end of this week. Got about 20 seconds. Let's see what we get. Again, FICO had a big day yesterday. Tesla had a big day with deliveries. S&P crossing 670. NVIDIA at 190. And now we just got to see how all these names can play out as we end out the first week of Q4. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It is 9:30 a.m. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Let's get into it. NVIDIA opens up the day 189.24. Robinhood opens up the day 146.26 on the day. That's up about 0.4%. NVIDIA's up 0.29%. Tessie up 1.7. Not too bad at 443. Tesla is green. Pound here, a little bit of a retracement, 185.50. We did hit 188 yesterday, 185.18. So that's down about 1%. On the day, Grab getting a little bit of a move, 614. Not too bad on Grab. That's up 1.4%. Hopefully we can hold above 610. We saw this happen yesterday where it went up to 620, then came all the way back down to 590. So Let's see if we can actually get above that 614 level and hold above it. SoFi right there, 25.77. That's down. Google 244. That's down. Meta, that's up. 710 was the dip earlier this week. Amazon dipped down to 217, now at 223. Reddit up 5% on the day. Reddit is green. Ethereum 44.93. Bitcoin 120. BMNR, I'm going to guess 56. We are at 56.70. There you go. It did break 57 last night. It actually broke 58 last night when Ethereum was really running. So if Ethereum can kind of make that move again, we might see that. 56.33 right there on BitMine. MicroStrategy, that's down a little bit, but it's at 350. It was at 294 3 days ago. So Bitcoin moves, MicroStrategy will make that move. HIMS is up a little bit. Uber is up a little bit. ASTS down about 2% after having a 30% week, which is not too bad. The Qs are green. CrowdStrike 498, that's green. Oscar 4%, not too bad. Oscar getting some love, 1987, that is up. Rocket Lab, what do we have there? 51.54, that's down after being up 9% yesterday. So you got Oscar going down a little bit right there. Robinhood trying to go for 147 again, 146.39. We have not seen that in the actual trading sessions. We saw it overnight. It would be really nice to see it during the trading sessions. Then NVIDIA trying to go for 190 once again, trying to go for 190. ABCL 627. Again, I still have not heard a headline for why this one moved this week, but maybe there is no headline. Maybe people are just more excited about the stock. So I think it went from like 490 to 6. At one point, it got to like 780 this week. Now it's at 620, but hell of a move this week, over 20%. And if you own this one, you've definitely been happy this week. Reddit right there up 5%. Meta giving up some of those gains. And then Amazon, did we break 224? Wow, Amazon actually broke 224. Amazon broke 224. Again, this one's been stuck all week. We talked a lot about Amazon yesterday with Steve and Chris as they joined the market close, and all three of us agree it's probably a buy. We just are not sure what the catalyst is. We think it might be AWS acceleration towards the end of the year. We're just going to have to see. Maybe the advertising business ramps up, but ultimately it's going to take some time to kind of figure out what exactly is the catalyst for Amazon. Grab at 612, Robinhood 146, Tesla 219, Tesla trying to get back to 450. Broadcom, that one's not stopping either. There you go, 343, that's up 1.6. AMD still holding 170. How about SMCI? That one is up a little bit on the day, almost 0.5%. Dell right there, 148.44. GameStop's down. Archer's up 1%. Archer's also not had a horrible week. And then Quantum QBTS, are we busting through 30? 30.70 was the high, currently at 30.50. Rigetti and IONQ also not stopping. Those are up 2% on the day. CleanSpark, that's up. IONQ just below 70. CleanSpark is up another 5%. How about Galaxy? That one is up 0.5%. I'm not sure why Roblox is down. That's weird. There might be a little bit of a downgrade we have to look at. Roblox down 6%. Netflix, is the backlash continuing on Netflix? Let's see. Yeah, still down another 1%. So Netflix is now down for the week, I think about 5% for the past 5 days. Yeah, 5%. All right, it is what it is. I've not heard anything from the company around what's going on with Netflix or how they're dealing with the backlash, but so far that's what you got. Fermi, by the way, that IPO is down another 2%. They went public. They got all the way to 37, now back down to 28. So that one's down. Cypher, is that moving? Cypher, 8%. I don't know if there was a deal today with Cypher. We can see if there was something. Again, Google did get an investment into these guys. They did also announce $800 million of warrants, which the street didn't care too much about. It looks like a price target of 42. Looks like a price target of 42 from Ariat Research. Yeah, 42 on the price target. Huh. We'll read through some of this upgrade in a little bit, but essentially what I'm seeing right here is that with Cypher moving to 100% economics and incremental 500 megawatts at Barber Lake Phase 2 and 56 megawatts of potential GPU licensing, we adapted our estimates. Okay, so they raised their price target from 24 to 42 based on increased GPU estimates. Kind of same thing that happened with Nebius yesterday when they got access to 100,000 GPUs from Microsoft. Nebius right there, 126.74. And that could be the reason it's moving. Wow, 147 on Hoodie. 147.50 on Hoodie. Oh my, she broke through. She broke through 147. Let's check resistance at 148. Maybe she wants it. 148 resistance. Let me see. 147.80. 147.90. 147.97. 148, folks. 100. I didn't even get to check resistance at 148. But there it is. Wow. That is quite remarkable. What a freaking week for Robinhood. What a week, dude. What a week. I mean, let's check 149 resistance. 149, 9,000 shares. 9,000 shares is wild, dude. This is freaking wild. Nebius right there, 127.31. Got some green on Nebius. S&P, that's at 670. NVIDIA breaking through 190 as well. Okay, so if we're 5 minutes into the market open, you got a lot of names that are starting to flip red. We've seen this happen over the past couple of days. By like 9:50-ish, they all get a red candle. So let's see if this is kind of algos pushing everything up or if this is actually sustainable. Even Grab breaking through 615. I don't trust that yet for Grab because we've seen over the past couple of days it just dumps in the next 20 minutes. But if it can hold on, not too bad. MicroStrategy, that's up a little bit, or that's down a little bit. Palo Alto's up a little bit. Microsoft's up a little bit. Enphase is up a little bit. How about the Googs? Are we down on Google? Still down on Google. I don't know why this is down this week. I feel like all the news was rather bullish this week for Google. Nebius, 127.50, and then Hoodie still holding on to 148. SoFi down 2%. I don't know, guys. I really have no idea. I have no idea. If anyone has a better idea why SoFi's down, let me know, but I do not know. That one's weird. That one definitely is weird. But you got some people, I guess, that are taking some profits right there on SoFi. Down about 2% on the day. Maybe some people think their credit ratings actually are going to be bad. And as a result, they're just like, hey, we don't want to take the risk. And that could be the reason. SoFi right there, down about 2%. S&P again, up 0.24. Wow, S&P is trying to break 671. S&P is trying to break 671. Hoodie still holding 148. We got to 148.33 at one point. Mercado Libre, that one's still getting hit. We talked about why yesterday. Amazon's making a bigger push into Brazil, which is one of their main markets. That's down another 1.74%. Google is still down. SoFi continues to be down. Microsoft up a little bit. Walmart's down. Lyft is down. Home Depot's down. Cisco's up. So you got some of the defensives that are down. Baba continuing to go higher, 190. That one has been amazing. Soundhound breaking through 1830, 1835. Plug Power, is that squeezing? That's up 24% on the day. I did not see if there was any deal on Plug Power. Plug, it does have a high short float. HC Wainwright, one of the investment funds, raised their target to 7. Analysts cited higher electricity costs and nuclear support as green hydrogen tailwinds. Okay, so AI demand around energy is getting Plug Power. See, this company, I mean, I don't think anyone cared about this company for the past year and a half. And now you have more energy demand, and so people care about it's quite incredible what a tech build out does to all the different players in the space, specifically around the data center and energy sectors. Iren right there, 48, that's up 2.4%. And that is helping that stock. Duolingo, that's up 2.64. Intel up another 1.3. Hoodie trying to break through. Wow, broke through 184.40 or 148.47. 148.47 on Hoodie. Nebius at the same time, 127.30, and then Shopify, 158. Shopify up 5%. You're starting to see a lot of momentum right there. Robinhood breaking through again, 148.50. Huh. Not a bad. Amid how much money has been dumped into the markets recently, I don't have the exact number. Also, I don't have the money market fund update because... Wait, do I have the update? No, I don't. I think the website that I'm using is part of the government. And so yesterday it did an update. And I just checked it right now. It's still not updating. So yeah, I think it's part of the government. If someone has an update on that, let me know. But I don't have access. So I don't know what money market fund inflows were or outflows were yesterday. But I would imagine more money is leaving the money market funds. Wow, 148.60 as rates are coming down and people are allocating into equities. I think she wants 150, folks. I think she wants 150. I think she might want it. I don't know if we're going to get it, but I think she wants it. This is kind of wild. Absolutely wild. Look, if you have covered calls on Hood, I've already said this over the past couple of days, you got to get out of them at this point. Maybe Hood comes back down and those covered calls are saved, but I'd rather be out and save your shares. This is something that I've talked about for a while. Adam's talked about for a while. I had December 140s. I rolled those out to 27 to 200. So I got out of those 140s as well, got up to 200. And I mean, sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and get out of there. Especially if the momentum is continuing to go higher. So 148.20 right here. Look, if Hood slows down, then at worst case scenario, you can roll the calls back down and collect some of the premium that you lost. But if not, you definitely want to capture the upside on the shares. And that is what matters, especially if you want to actually keep those shares in the first place. Now, some of you might be thinking, look, Hood's getting expensive. It's, I'm okay with some of my shares getting sold away. That is also fine. And if you sell at 140 and you miss out on 160, it is what it is, because you'd rather raise cash going to 2026 by selling some Hood. That is totally fine. But you just have to be honest with yourself about, do you want the shares? Are you okay with selling some and taking some profits? Are you okay with still having it as a hedge in case it falls down? Like, these are all questions you have to ask yourself and then make the decision. And for me, I have not sold a single share of Hood, and I want to keep it for a long time. So I would rather want to keep those shares. Robinhood right there, 147.50. All right, so you got a nice red candle right there from 148.50 down to 147, still up about 1.3%. Tesla, that's still going green. That's getting some momentum. Yeah, you got a lot of covered calls. That are also expiring today on October 3rd. So that could also be creating some price action across the entire market for options that are expiring. USAR, again, Trump potentially getting an equity stake in them. That's up 21% on the day. 21% on the day. My personal Bloomberg terminal right here, Cactus Jack, has a stat on money market funds. So I'm going to trust him because he usually gets this data from good sources. Money market funds increased by 50 billion October 1st to 7.37 trillion. Dude, that is wild. The market's making a new all-time high this entire week, S&P 671, and there's more money going to the sidelines, which means money is coming from somewhere to get these markets to all-time highs. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's coming from somewhere. And when rates really do come down, you're going to have close to 8 trillion. We've never had 8 trillion. I think the most we've had is 7.3. Or no, not 7.3. Sorry, 5.3 back in 2009. And by the way, after the great financial crisis, $500 billion went from money market funds into the market back in 2009. And then we stabilized at around 3.2 trillion for the next 10 years. And only during COVID did so many people start piling in more money, or not during COVID, so during 2022 when the rate hikes happened, because you finally got interest on your cash, did that money market fund expand beyond 3.2 trillion. But if we get rate cuts coming down and a couple $100 billion leave the money market funds, not to mention potentially a couple trillion, which who knows, and that comes into the stock market, I mean, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Robinhood right there, 147.70. That's up. Celsius is about to hit 60. Celsius has been a great stock all year, 59.62. D-Wave, that's not stopping, 32. That's green on the day. 31.93, just under that 32 level. And so you got that getting some more excitement. Shopify, is there a headline on Shopify today? What's helping Shopify? 160. There's got to be a headline. There's got to be. Let me see what the headline is. There has to be something helping Shop today. Micron as well. Massive day. Shopify raised to 200 from 180. Analyst highlights ChatGPT partnership as new AI-driven sales channel. Okay, so it's based on that partnership they did with OpenAI, which is not new news, but I guess they got an upgrade this morning that was enough to get the street excited. Robinhood right back to 148, and that is also what's happening or helping Shopify right here. AMD, that's down, and SoFi. AMD, SoFi, and Google are the ones that are down. Oscar, 20.6. Oscar, 20.6. That's up 7%. You're getting a really strong open in the first 15 minutes across the board on a bunch of different names. Even Rocket Lab breaking through 53. Even CoreWeave breaking through 138. Coinbase trying to go for 400. I think Coinbase wants 400. It was at 400 a couple months ago. Came all the way back down to the low 300s. Now back at 379. When do you expect to see some pullback in Hood and Palantir? They can't go up forever. I don't know. I really don't know. And the thing is, Palantir already had 2 pullbacks. One was from 120 to 60 back in February. We all saw that. And then another one was from 190 to 140 back in August. So, they have had 2 pullbacks in the course of a year. And, they've been able to recover from that. Hoodie had the same, 60 to 29 drawdown back in the tariff stuff. And then since then, it's had like a couple 5-7% dips, but a lot of those, the last time I remember it went from 102 to 93, and that got bought up within like minutes. So I think the demand for these shares obviously is outstripping the supply. And as a result, could there be a pullback? Sure. But if we pull back to 130, which would be an aggressive pullback, 147 to 130, that's $17. but we were at 130 3 days. Like we were at 130 3 days ago. So if we go back to 130, is it going to suck? Sure. But like, given the performance of the stock this year, I don't think that would be that crazy. And people would probably buy that dip. So I don't know when to expect a pullback. I think it might be more macro related, or if they have a really bad earnings. I don't think they're going to have a bad earnings. So it would have to be more around the macro. But it's hard to time exactly when that can play out. S&P right there, 670.9, did break 671 at one point. Grab still holding the 610s, which I like to see. Meta right back down. Wow. If it goes back to 710, it would be at the lows it was at 2 days ago, which is the best dip you've gotten on Meta over the past couple of months. 716 right there. That's down another 1.4%. Nebius, what's going on with Nebius right there? Are we still breaking 127, 128? 128 on Nebius. Amit, what's your price prediction for SoFi end of year? I've always said above 30. I mean, so I don't know. I think it's like, I think it's probably above 30. It would be weird for this to be below 30 unless they have a bad earnings or there's again a macro issue. So look, I'm not heavily buying the SoFi dip because I'm just not as convicted in the company as other people, but I am not going to freak out and be like, oh, this is trash. This is a horrible performance of the stock. It's not moving. Like it went from 7 to 32 or to 30.30. That's back down to 25. I think it's healthy for it to fall and consolidate a bit. And I think it'll make a next leg up above 30. And I have sold some puts at 24. So if it does go to 24, I'll own 500 shares. But I wouldn't be too freaked out about this. It's just weird because no one has a reason for why it's happening, right? No one has a reason. And I think that's the part that's confusing people, why exactly it's getting hit. Rumble's up 16% because Perplexity and Rumble made a partnership. I have no idea why anyone would buy Rumble because Perplexity first of all, who uses Rumble? Second of all, who cares about Perplexity inside of Rumble? Like this is just pure, I don't know, just hype in my opinion. It's good to trade this, but I don't think this is like a long-term tailwind for Rumble. But that stock is up about 16% on the day. PMI, we just got global composite PMI. The street wanted 53.6. We came in at 53.9. And then services PMI, street wanted 53.9. We came in at 54.2. So that is a beat on global composite PMI and services PMI, or global services PMI. We're going to get ISM services, business activity and employment, in about 15 minutes, 12 minutes. So we'll get more PMI data in about 10 minutes. But the composite and services PMI is pretty decent. And Robinhood back to 148. S&P is liking it, 671. 671 on the S&P. So not too bad. Not too bad. Plug and Oscar, again, they're continuing to move. 3.56, that's up 25%. And then Oscar, that's up 8%. Happy my patience on sound is paying off. Yeah, I mean, this one, it had a great earnings, fell. Actually, no, it went up on earnings, then it fell after earnings, and now it's kind of just getting rejuvenated. 1896, trying to break 19 right here. That's up 6.3%. Lithium Americas, is that up 15? That's up 15%. Wow, back to 780. Okay, so it was at 780 overnight 2 days ago, and then it fell all the way to 620. If you bought that dip at 620, there you go. It's continuing to make a move higher, and that's kind of your trade probably, which is helping. D-Wave, all-time highs on quantum, 32.11. That's up 10%. I don't know if there's a catalyst on this one today. There was a couple of big quantum pieces of news this week, especially with Rigetti, and that probably is helping the entire sector. I think there was an analyst upgrade on D-Wave as well, but that one's up 10% here on the day, and that's continuing to get some green. Google right there down 1% at 243. Let's look at the heat map. I would imagine we're going to see some decent green today. Yeah, wow. The only thing that's really red is Walmart, Google, Meta, and Applied Materials. Everything else, you're getting a green Friday. You are getting a green Friday. Yeah, even Duolingo. Even Duolingo is giving us a little bit of green. Stock draft, Matt right there, very close to 38.9. He's at 37.2. I'm at 38.9. Steve's at 7. Tanner's at 25.5. And then Chris is at 11.3. What's helping Matt the most right here is Celsius, ASTS, and Rocket Lab. And Accelera. I forgot about that. Accelera is really helping him. And for me, Hoodie's helping. Nebius is helping. And then Tesla this week has been helping as well. Grab also up 30%. Then Palantir up 29.9. Visa's almost break even, and then Duolingo, that's down 30. Any recovery on Duolingo really helps. Any recovery on Dutch Bros is really going to help Matt. Dutch Bros, I still don't know why this one's taking a hit. Down another 3%. Like something, their earnings are good. I mean, I don't know them that well, but they're growing like a tech company. They're growing at 30%. So there's something weird going on with this one that's hurting it. UNH, that's at 359, trying to break 360. No, it did break 360, just below 360, which is not too bad. Yeah, there you go. UNH 360. Again, this thing was at 230. It was one of the best dips so far in this market, and any mean reversion to 400 would be very exciting. Grab at 614, SoFi 1.29, NVIDIA just below 190, Robinhood just below 148, and then Palantir actually down 2%. Not sure why Palantir's down 2%, but that one's getting hit down 2%. Healthcare, Chris and I talked about that yesterday. ELV, Elevance Health, that one's up 2%. CNC, Centene, that's up 3%. Looks like all the healthcare plays. MOH, Molina Healthcare, that's up 2%. All right, so all of healthcare is getting some love. What's the healthcare ETF? It's IYH. That is up a little bit on the day. Over the past month, that's up 5%. Year to date, it is up 4%. Past month, it's up 5%. Past 5 days, it's up 6%. So you're starting to see healthcare get a little bit more respect, potentially a little bit of a rotation, which is also not the worst thing in the world. Not the worst thing in the world to see. Canadian Prime Minister Carney to make working visit to Washington. Okay. That is a statement from the Canadian government. Looks like they are getting ready to visit Trump. I don't even know if we still have a tariff deal with them or if we're still in a tariff war with them. I don't think there's been a conclusion on what's going on with Canada, but I think we still need to negotiate with these guys. So that would still be good. S&P, new all-time highs, 671.40. 671.40. That is not stopping. Open Door, that's up 5%. All right. That one getting some momentum right here, trying to break through $9 again. It's kind of normalized around 7 to 8. So, I mean, regardless of if you think it's going higher or not, it's probably not going back down to 50 cents. You have a real army of people that are holding on to these shares. So Open Door right there, up 6.5% on the day. Any turnaround on their margin profile, I think, is going to really re-rate the company. And if the CEO has a chance to do that, then that would help them. Open Door, that's up about 6.2%. And then Tessie, up about 0.5%. Oscar, are we going for 21? Yeah, it makes sense, right? All the healthcare names are running. Oscar, one of the tinier companies in the healthcare space in terms of market cap, that one getting a big boost. And I think it's one of the only companies outside of UNH that has a real retail following. So that is probably helping them out. Okay, let's see. We're going to get PMI for services in about 10 minutes, and we'll see what happens there. In terms of other headlines, we didn't get jobs data today because the government is shut down, but we will get at least some data in terms of PMI. Chicago Fed estimates unemployment's at 4.3, which is not too bad. And then outside of that, I don't see any other major headlines on the shutdown. Shopify, that upgrade from the OpenAI partnership, that's one really helping it up 6%. Shopify, I think, is up more than 50% year to date. Year to date, Shopify just at 50%, 48.6. So this one, another massive, massive winner at the end of the day. Amit, would you trim Palantir and Hood to buy Grab at this price? So I am personally not doing that because I just really, really believe in the long-term trajectory on Palantir and Hood. I would trim something else to buy more Grab. I also don't know if Grab outperforms, dude. Like at the end of the day, Grab's got to really show us they have the earnings growth to outperform. Am I bullish on them? Yes, very bullish. But not enough to kind of sell my winners to rotate. I don't think that's a horrible idea, especially if you're already feeling uneasy and you want to take some profits. And it doesn't go for Grab. It goes for any company, right? Like if you're sitting on winners this year, I mean, like put it in the chat. Have you sold a winner or sold part of a winner to buy not a loser, but a name that hasn't performed as much as the winner? And if so, what did you sell and what did you buy? It's a good question. I mean, Hood, Palantir, and NVIDIA are really the winners this year, like the objective 3 winners in the portfolio. And I have not sold a single share out of any of those to buy something else. So I have not done that yet, but I don't think it's crazy if you want to take some profits here. Zocol says, yes, I sold NVIDIA to buy Oscar. Isaac says, I sold a little bit of Pouncer for SoFi. Matt said, I sold a little bit of Grab to buy BM&R. Cuddle Maximus says, I sold 25% of my hood today. Let me check actually on Robinhood the retail. Yeah, look, retail is has been net. It's been kind of mixed, but if you look at this right here, it's kind of net selling. I mean, there's like 2 days of buying, then 2 days of selling, then 1 day of buying, 1 day of selling. So it's mixed. You're not getting retail just pile into hood. On BM&R though, have you guys seen it for BM&R? BM&R is crazy, bro. Okay, yesterday they finally sold, but look at BM&R, bro. It's like 8 days in a row of just people on Robinhood buying BM&R and then 1 day of selling, which was yesterday when it pumped. So Robinhood puts out the top 10 assets on their platform every month. Let me see if they updated that. Oh, it's updated. All right, what do we got? Okay, no change. I was like, bro, maybe BM&R makes it. It's going to be hard, but you got Tesla, Google, Apple, Meta, Amazon, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Palantir, GameStop, and Ford. Wait, Disney's gone. Disney used to be here. What replaced Disney? Hold on. Disney used to be here, right? NVIDIA, Apple, Meta, that was there. Ford was there. Tesla was always there. Microsoft, Google was there. GameStop was always there. Wow, Amazon replaced Disney. Wow. Amazon is now a top 10 holding on hoodie and replaced Disney. For the past 5 months, the three names that have been kind of odd in this list have been Disney, Ford, and GameStop. GameStop because of everything that happened in 2021. Ford because Robinhood gave out a lot of free Ford shares to people that signed up in 2020. And then I had no idea why Disney was there. But Amazon replaced Disney. Not bad. All right, so you're starting to see more retail at least get excited about Amazon right here, which is not too crazy. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat say they sold some winners to buy some things that are a bit down. Jody said, I sold my Oklo to buy some Amazon. Look, I do not hate that. I do not. The funny thing about Oklo is it's probably going to grow into this valuation, bro. There's so much demand for AI, and I know we all kind of think of it as a little meme-ish because it's 20 billion, no revenue. It's up 1,600%, but they get a couple $1 billion worth of deals. You'll get a 10 or 15 times price of sales, which is still expensive, but it's not like absolutely insane. And boom, Oklo might be able to normalize these levels. But I don't think it's crazy to sell some of these and take a bit more profits. Palantir right there. We are getting a little bit of a dump on Palantir. That's down 3.4. Also Hoodie giving up the 148s, now back to 145. S&P got a little bit of a red candle right there. So you are seeing some red. NVIDIA just went red. Okay, here we go. It's 10 a.m. This is what's happened for the past 3 days. 9:30 to 9:45, we jump to the sky, and then we end up skydiving after. Now, usually there's a parachute, which makes it okay, but still. AMD went red. S&P not red yet, but NVIDIA goes red. Tesla very close to going red. Tesla $1 away from going down. What about Oscar? That was up at 21. That's back down to 20.7. Yeah, so all of these names that were moving this morning, AppLovin as well, seeing a little bit of a hit. I sold 20% of my SoFi at 30 to buy BM&R. Well, so far, that's been a good move, right? As SoFi has gone down. BM&R still holding, even with the red candles, 56.60. That is not too bad. Just under 57. Sold some Oracle to buy SoundHound. Dude, Oracle, what a move this year. What a freaking move. I mean, you got liquidity in the 350s based on them just saying we're going to be working with OpenAI. And obviously some people bought the stock at that level, but if you sold into that, definitely was able to take some profits right there. Oracle 290, that's up a little bit. Shopify still holding up 5%. Where's Snapchat? I had a lot of requests. So on the tweet that I put out yesterday about what stocks do you want to see me cover for the deep dives, I had a lot of people say Snapchat. And I don't know why, because there's nothing that exciting about Snapchat. There really isn't. But people look at their, their monthly active users at 1 billion and be like, well, 1 billion people are using it. I'm like, yeah, 1 billion teenagers are using it and you can't make money off of it. So I don't know. I think it's worth a deep dive, but there's a lot of people that are like, Snapchat is a winner. And I don't know. I mean, they haven't been profitable for 10 years, bro. Like, it's hard to be a tech company and like legit not ever get to the point where you can get some of your operating margins to finally turn gap profitable, especially when you're in advertising. Those are high margins, but Snapchat has not been able to do. It's very weird, bro. Like, how do they not get even a cent of profitability over the past 10 years? It is weird, but I will try to do a deep dive on that. That's up 4% on the day. Meta should just buy them out. Dude, Meta tried. And then Evan Spiegel said no, which was probably the right decision because the market cap's higher than what Meta wanted to pay. But still, now with the FTC, they probably wouldn't be able to buy them. Palantir down 4%. I don't know why. It is a Friday. You probably have some options expiring, potentially algos coming in. There's no news on Palantir that I can cite for a 4% dip. I don't see anything across the board. In fact, they got a new contract today for $3 million and another potential contract for $70 million from the State Department. So I feel like this one is a bit more algos. There is news. What's the news? Anduril and Palantir battlefield communication system has deep flaws, Army memo says. Okay, I did not see that. Why do I keep saying Palantir? Anduril and Palantir battlefield communication has deep flaws. Okay, that's the report. The much-needed modernization of the U.S. Army's battlefield communications network has been undertaken by Anduril and Palantir. Army says there's fundamental security problems and should be treated as very high risk. The two Silicon Valley companies led by allies of Trump have gained access to the Pentagon's lucrative flow of contracts on the promise of quickly providing less expensive and sophisticated weapons. We cannot control who sees what. We cannot see what users are doing, and we cannot verify that the software itself is secure, the memo says. Huh. Okay, that's your news. That's new to me. So I think if that is the case, given the interoperability of Palantir software and given the reason people like Palantir software is because you can exactly see what users are doing, verify it, make sure it's secure. I would imagine this is fixed either quickly or Palantir comments on this and tries to resolve it. So far, they have not given a comment, but it looks like that might be your reason why it's down 4%. Yeah, also, these are anonymous memos from the Army. Reuters has it. I mean, a lot of this stuff you got to take with a grain of salt. The market's going to interpret it however the market wants. But it is a little weird to hear that. We've never heard the Army, particularly the Army. Palantir has a massive $450 million contract with the Army, with Army Vantage. So we don't usually hear that type of stuff. We usually hear the opposite. So I'd be very curious to see kind of how they respond to it and what the legitimacy of that is. PMI for services. We are getting that right now. Let me go to that and see what we've got.
And they were sequentially mixed, but they were still above 50. Here's a September read, 50 on the nose for the headline. That happens to be the weakest actually since May of this year when we had our sub 50 reading, the only one of the year at 49.9. And obviously it's sequentially lower than our last look for August, which was 52. On the prices paid, well, it's sequentially higher, but this is one of the components we'd rather have lower. 69.4 follows 69.2, warmer than expected as well. We were looking for a number closer to 68. On the new orders front, 50.4, big miss here. We were looking for a number somewhere around 54.5. Our last look was at 56. This is the weakest, well, since July of 25. Also, last time we were under 50. And finally, if we look at the service employment picture, especially on a week where we're void of the BLS report, but we had a weak ADP report, comes in at 47.2. So this is interesting. It's the only.
Okay, so that's probably why we got that 10 a.m. slam, folks, across the market. You're getting a little bit of recovery right here on Hoodie and NVIDIA, but those PMI numbers on services looking like it's taking a little bit of a hit. And as a result, and it's not the biggest deal in the world because there's a lot of different numbers here, but two of them are a big miss. Services business activity, 49.9 versus 54. And then services unemployment or services new orders, 50.4 versus 55. So services new orders and ISM services business activity, those two went down or at least went down from expectations, but they also are down month over month. Services is at 50 versus 52. And then new orders at 50.4 versus 56. Those are actually, those two aren't the best numbers. I could see the market saying, okay, maybe there's a little bit of work we have to do to make sure the actual earnings picture is keeping up with those ISM numbers. I mean, those are about 15% misses on both of them. I don't know if it's going to have that much of an impact, but it could definitely be a reason why we had a little bit of a 10 a.m. slam. At the end of the day, it points to rate cuts even more, right? If there is any level of economic weakness, whether it's in labor market or ISM services or manufacturing PMI, that means we're likely getting these rate cuts. Arnie right here said in the chat that that article is FUD because there's an Army general that already came out. Army Chief Information Officer Leonel Garcia said in a statement, the issues were mitigated immediately. Okay, so if Palantir is down 5% on a Reuters article that says their software is not safe, and then the Army CIO comes out and says the issues were mitigated immediately, yeah, I don't think that's the biggest issue then. So, yeah, right there. Army said it. Army's. I'm seeing the article right here, or I'm seeing the article from BreakingDefense.com. Breaking Defense. I'll try to link it right here in the chat. Article basically is quoting exactly what Arnie said right there in the chat. Nonetheless, Palantir still getting a hit from that. Maybe it's also algos, not just that article. And Tesla officially going red. Tesla officially going red. Thanks for the dip, Reuters. Dude, Reuters, I mean, any of these media sources would love to find a flaw in Palantir from a safety perspective, because one of the things that the media has not been able to get Palantir on is that the software is not safe. They can say whatever they want ideologically about how they think the software is being implemented, but they cannot say that there's a security breach. They can't say, oh, you know, there's never been a CrowdStrike situation that happened in July last year. And that's because Palantir really builds secure software. So if any moment that does happen, I mean, you are going to get an avalanche of media try to harp on that. But so far, that's just not been the case. Tasso right there, 433. 433. The Salesforce CEO leaked this story. Dude, we laugh, but like, I mean, Salesforce has been complaining about Palantir for the past 2 months now. It would not surprise me if they found a way to get that out into the media. Bitcoin still holding 120, even with that services miss, which again was about a 10% miss. So that could have affected the market right at 10 a.m. But Bitcoin holding on. Ethereum at 4,500. SMCI goes flat. BMNR still holding 56. Not really giving it up. And then Meta right there, down about 1%. Okay, so it seems like that's what we have. Amit, are these the ISM numbers used by Tom Lee to justify this not a bull market? Yes, exactly. So when Tom Lee is talking about ISM barely being above 50, he's talking about, hey, we have not had a bear market when ISM is above 50, and that now that we've been below 50 for the past couple of years, essentially. Now that we're expanding to the upside above 50, which means you're expanding below 50 means you're contracting. It's hard to be super bearish, especially if you're getting 54, 55. Now today we got 50 and 50.1, but like if you're getting into that 55, 57 range, I think back in 2020, we were at like 60, 65. Those numbers are super bullish. It means there's a lot of capital spending, a lot of business activity, a lot of loans being put out for new business formation. And that has, you know, potentially an upside effect on inflation. We've had a lot of inflationary concerns, which is why ISM came down in 2022. But if inflation is not as big of a concern, you want the economy to expand. That's why those ISM numbers being up is good for the bull market. And although those numbers were a bit of a miss, those aren't below 50, which is very, very important for the health of the broader economy. UNH getting a breakout, 362. So you're seeing some tech sell off, and you're seeing Grab hold on to its momentum. You're seeing UNH hold on to 2%. Pretty much all of tech is down. Robinhood's really trying to hold on to 146. That's up about 0.38. Tesla and Palantir getting hit. Palantir right there, down 5%. Yeah, I think it's the Army article, guys, and that Army article is leading to more algos selling off Palantir. I can't find another real reason there, but a lot of tech is selling off. Again, Lithium Americas, Trump has officially taken a stake in these guys. Wow, 860. Even if you bought at 780 on the breakout today, that one's not stopping. 26% up on the day. That one's moving. Klarna, is that recovering a bit? Klarna, 42.87. Okay, they IPO'd at 40. So it was at 36 this week. That one getting a bit of a boost. And then Ondas is also continuing to do well. All right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Again, Palantir for the past month is up somewhat in September. Yeah, they're up 20% over the past month. I mean, giving back some of those gains, even if it's off of a Reuters article, like it is what it is. It happens. You know, that stuff is inevitable in the life cycle of a stock. But that one is down about 5.5%. And then USAR, USA Rare Earth, that's up 18. My goodness. That's not even confirmed that they're getting a stake from the Trump administration. That's just a rumor. And that's helping that one today. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. But you're getting some green right there. USA Rare Earth 2690. And that is up. Pfizer also great week. Again, they have that Trump announcement or that Trump partnership or whatever. Pfizer right there, 2748. That's up 1.4%. This one broke out, dude. Pfizer was stuck at 22 for the longest. So, and you know, Steve was talking about Pfizer. We were thinking of buying this thing back in 2024 because it was still paying a 7% dividend and it was trading. It's only up 3% year to date. It was trading at like 10 times earnings, but it was Pfizer. And like, you know, now that the COVID vaccine thing is not like the biggest revenue driver, like what was in the pipeline for what they would be able to do, that was very unclear. But it looks like this Trump partnership could be their tailwind. Pfizer right there, green in the pre-markets. What else? Or as the market opens, we are beyond the pre-markets right here. Iran, that one's still down. TFC's up a little bit. Duolingo's up a little bit. Palantir keeps taking a hit, and then Robinhood trying to get back to 147. SoFi 2.5. That one, again, I don't know. That one's still down. Grab losing 615, and then Google at 242. Is 173 to support for Palantir? So 2 weeks ago, I think that was the level that Jason said would be important to break above to get back to potentially 190. Potentially, that is the level that if we break below, we might mess up that trend. So I would be watching. I would want to see, do we get below 175? The lowest we got today was 176, 2022. 175, I'd be very curious to see if we can actually break below. Zeta, that one, 1954 is up about 1.74%. Trump tweeted, okay. Let's see what the president said. Okay, so more tweets about geopolitics, nothing about the economy. He's talking about Russia. He's talking about Israel. Dude, he has a lot of memes right here. Dude, he's been tweeting a crap ton of memes yesterday. Bro, these are like the pictures you'd see scrolling through Facebook, bro. Like, what is this, bro? Oh my gosh. Literally, you scroll through. I scrolled through Facebook a couple days ago. I found out like my friend from high school was married. I'm like, I guess that's the point of Facebook, to like find out if your friends from high school are married. That's basically what he's been tweeting. All right, that's what you got. That's what you got from Trump. There you go. There you go. Resolve AI. How about this one? I know a lot of people have been thinking about that. That is up 11%. Chris said to take a look at Rich Tech Robotics. I know a bunch of you guys like that one, so I will be taking a look at it. Again, they don't have an investment from NVIDIA, but they have a partnership with them, which is what I think really got people excited about it. Stock went from 2 to 5, so it's definitely done well for people. But I'll take a look at this stock as well. Oh, by the way, so someone said BB AI in the chat, Big Bear AI. That reminds me, dude, there's a new Nancy Pelosi on the street, and we got to talk about him. Big Bear, by the way, down about 1.8%. Cleo Fields, this guy has been crushing it. He bought Iren earlier in the summer. It's up about 180% since he bought. And you guys are not going to believe this when I say it, but like it is official. The dude bought Opendoor. The dude bought freaking Opendoor. I don't have the exact average on his trade, but he bought Opendoor, and that one also has done well. Yeah, July 21st. So it's up 226% in that. So probably around that $2, $3 range. I mean, this dude, we got to keep an eye on him. Trading Opendoor and Iren? Are you kidding? I mean, like, I think Pelosi's giving up the reins to this guy. And he's on our list. We got to keep an eye on what he's doing. Marjorie Taylor Greene is trying to be the next Pelosi, but she's just buying a bunch of random shit. She did buy Palantir back when it was at 70, but this guy might be the next one. Palantir is still down about 5.5%. Red Cat, another drone company that is up, wow, 22%. I don't think they had earnings or something. That might be the entire drone sector taking off. We have a watch list for drones. Let me pull that up. Yeah, look at this watch list, bro. Avav's up 3%. Kados is up 1%. Archer's up 3%. Ondas is up 4%. D-Pro's up 9%. UMAX up 6%. Red Cat's up 22%. And then Arrow is up 4%. Not sure why all these are getting a boost, but I mean, Ondas had a good earnings, so that could be helping the whole sector. Needham initiated a price target on Red Cat at 17. The analyst sees the SRR2 program plus defense ramp as key growth drivers in the UAS supercycle. So you got Needham upgrading Red Cat into that $17 range. That's up 22% now to 14 on the day. Yeah, for those citing the Reuters article for Palantir, we already cited the Army CIO, Chief Information Officer, that came out and said the problem has been resolved. Robinhood right back to 147.50, not too bad. Palantir even recovering a little from 176 to 179. So I do not think that article is going to have that much of an impact on Palantir. Dude, the exciting thing about Palantir is that the next earnings is, I mean, we all know the next earnings is going to be massive. Like they are not going to de-accelerate next. I mean, this is going to be a 50% plus quarter. Like I think we know it's going to be a pretty strong quarter. So the question is, will they actually take them to 200 if they put up that type of a quarter, especially if the margins continue to expand? Or, is it already priced in? And, obviously you could say a lot of stuff is priced in, but I think next quarter is going to be very, very strong for Palantir. They grew 48% last quarter, so I would imagine they're going to grow 50% the next. I mean, they're going to probably reaccelerate from 48%. So I'm guessing they're at 50%. I mean, maybe they come in at 45 or 47, which would still be good, but I think they get that 50%. And then full year growth is at 45, which is also not too bad. Amit, do you use a broker that allows pre and post market trading? If so, who's your favorite to trade with? Yes, I use Robinhood. A lot of brokers offer pre and post market trading. Robinhood's just the one I've used forever, but Schwab, Fidelity, I mean, most brokers, Webull, they allow you to trade after hours and before the market opens. So it's kind of a common function of every brokerage. All the healthcare names, CNC, UNH, those are really getting a move. I think that's also based on the compromise on the shutdown, which will be bullish for the healthcare names. I think that could also be one of the reasons why healthcare is getting some green. And that's why you're seeing some more momentum. Let's get a little bit more of an update on that shutdown and see what we've got going from there.
Do you have any Senate Democrats who crossed the aisle to join Republicans? Last time we saw this vote happen, there were 3 Senate Democrats who do that. Obviously, now we've seen the White House go ahead with a number of cuts in terms of energy programs, in terms of grants for transportation to these blue states. Of course, we've missed job numbers now, and the impacts of the shutdown are only going to get worse. That, of course, will put pressure on Senate Democrats. We'll see if any more of them go with Republicans today. But we're also keeping our eye on another potential off-ramp here. There have been some bipartisan discussions among Senate Democrats and Republicans about making some progress on extending those tax credits for Affordable Care Act premiums. Remember, these are the ones that expire at the end of the year. And right now, a majority of the 24 million Americans who do get those tax credits are expected to see their premiums go up 75% if the credits fully expire by the end of the year. Now, I've talked to Republicans who are firmly opposed, saying, hey, there's no way we should be extending these things. But I've also talked to other Republicans who say my constituents are going to be hurt by it. And while we need to have some limits to how we expend these tax credits, we could do it. They're talking about things like income caps. They're talking about things like having people who are in the program paying some minimum fee. They're talking about things like trying to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the program. Now, we should clarify these talks are still in very early stages. We are nowhere close to this point to a deal that would unlock the Senate Democrat votes needed to open up the government. But at this point, we're now looking at going into the weekend in a shutdown, going into Monday in a shutdown. That'll be the next chance they have to vote. And it's just not clear at this point exactly what that off-ramp is going to be to get the government back started. Guys?
Okay, so once again, as she said, these ACA subsidies could continue to get extended, and that is why I think these healthcare stocks are getting some more green. United 363, Oscar 20.70, trying to get back to 21. And then you had a bunch of other these names like CNC getting some low. Let's make a healthcare watch list. And let's add those names. So put some tickers in the chat. Obviously, you got UNH, you got Oscar, you have CNC. This is different from pharma. This is more so specifically the ones associated with healthcare. You have Elevance. We'll keep a track of these. Do we put HIMS there? I mean, yeah, HIMS is there. HIMS is not really a pharma. I guess it's a little bit of a hybrid. HIMS also having a good week from 51 to 57. So not too bad. HCA, yeah. HCA, I forgot about HCA and Cardinal have partnerships with Palantir. Cardinal, CAH. Is Teladoc moving today, bro? Teladoc? Wow, Teladoc. Kathy's back, baby. Teladoc. Whoa. Did not expect that one. Now, granted, I think Kathy sold out of her Teladoc a while ago. But still, Clover, that's another one in the healthcare space, smaller one. That's up 2%. Yeah, there's only a couple that are down. Everything else is loving this today. It is loving this today. Humana, HUM, that's up 5.2%. Wow. Massive, massive day for healthcare. Acceleras, that's still moving. That's up 2.5%. Tempus, that one on the AI space, up another 1%. And that's continuing to go green. I guess we'll put CVS there, but it's more of a PBM. CVS still up about 1.4 as well. Did Cleo buy more stock? Did we get an update on that? Cleo Fields? Did he buy Oracle? Did he actually buy Oracle, bro? Dude, if he got Oracle before the Oracle run, hold on. Did he actually buy Oracle? Holy crap, he bought Oracle. Bro, he bought Oracle, 200,000 worth of Oracle. I don't have the exact date on it, but it says just days before the Oracle TikTok deal was announced. Bro, this is our guy. This is our guy. Pelosi's retiring. You tell me he gets Iren, Open, and Oracle? No, this is the guy. This is the guy. We are paying attention to Mr. Cleo Fields from now on. That is ridiculous. The problem is we get the disclosure a couple weeks, sometimes a couple months after, and there's no fine if they don't disclose. So hopefully he's as generous as Nancy and discloses early. But this is our quant, bro. This is our quant. Why is this legal? I can't answer that question, but it's out there. Rookie of the year type performance. No, it's facts. Yo, what is the rookie of the year stock? What is a stock this year that's been that's rookie of the year? You can't say Palantir, you can't say Hood because they had good 2024s. It's a stock that had to have a crappy 2024 that just like lit up 2025. I think there's actually a decent number of candidates. Like Iren, you could say that's right. Nebius, you could say that's right. SoFi even. I mean, you could say, AppLovin, you could say a bunch of names that are candidates. Oklo, you could BMNR. I mean, there's the fact that there's so many candidates that could be rookie of the year. Bitmine right there, 5572. Just goes to show how expansive this market was this year. Yeah, Intel. Intel's definitely not a rookie, but this year they really outperformed. ASTS. This thing I missed, bro. We did a whole deep dive on my channel and I still missed this one. I was looking for a $30 dip. It never came, dude. It was at 42. I was like, I'll buy it when it gets closer to 30. I think the closest it got to was 36. And I was like, all right, whatever. But, you can't be in every name. And for those that doubled down on the cool thing about this bull market this year is everyone had different names. For me, it was Palantir, Hood, NVIDIA. For someone else, it could have been AST, Lemonade, and Oscar, right? Whatever 3 or 4 names that really did it for you this year so far, if you double down on them, I mean, they're like some people had AppLovin, some people had Circle at the IPO, some people had SMCI when it was at $30, some people had freaking Apple at 185. Like a lot of names did it for a lot of people. Now, if you were in PayPal, that didn't do it for you. If you were in Salesforce, that didn't do it for you, right? So there's obviously some names that just didn't work. If you were in CoreWeave, that might have done it for you. If you were in Rocket Lab, that did. Like there's just so many names this year. I think it's a rather healthy bull market in terms of the amount of diversification of names that actually help people. And so it is really nice to see this across the board. LAC, that's still up 29%. Lithium Americas, wow, 870. I mean, this could have made your year. This is what Tom Lee said on the podcast when we did it back in July. He was like, the Circle IPO made some years for the fund managers. Like some of those fund managers that made 5x on Circle, they were done for the year. Like that was it. That was the return they delivered to their clients, and they don't have to take any more risk, which is quite incredible. By the way, I was looking at some research yesterday. Only 25% of fund managers have hit their benchmarks for the year. And usually their benchmarks are around the S&P 500's performance. So 75% of fund managers need to find alpha in the next 3 months, less than 3 months, to make up their benchmark. And that means they might have to buy into the NVIDIAs, the Hoods, the Palanters of the world to find that alpha. The AppLovins, the Grabs. I mean, there's just the SoFis potentially on a dip, right? Like these dips probably have to be bought by some of these people that need to get exposure to match their benchmarks. Wow, Hoodie's trying to go for 148 again. Hoodie's trying to go for 148 again. It's pretty incredible. And Ethereum also continuing to work hard. Symbotic robotic stock, that one's down a little bit. Serve Robotics, that one is actually up today, 4%. Scuzzy, thanks for the super chat. ASTS is Alphabet's largest holding. It's not too late. Yeah, I mean, I forgot also that Google took a stake in these guys. Like, there's just a lot of tailwinds for ASTS across the board that ended up helping him and ended up helping the stock. And then there's a passionate retail community that did not and will not give up on this name. His full name is Cleo Fields. Cleo Fields. JTB, thanks for the super chat. Cleo Fields is his name. TJ, thanks for the $20 super chat. Thoughts on Grab moving into the investing world? A potential partnership with Hood or another trading platform would be huge. Seems like the next transition for the fintech arm. I've thought about Grab getting into investing in Southeast Asia. There's two problems with that. Number one, there's not a massive investing culture in Southeast Asia outside of Singapore. And Singapore is one of the most competitive places for fintechs on the planet. So I actually think it would be a waste for them to, like what Robinhood, it's not going to be guaranteed a success when they go to Singapore. I think they will have enough of a user experience to really appeal to the Singaporean demographic. But like it's very competitive in Singapore for finance. And so the fact that Grab's even growing their fintech as much as they're growing, I think is impressive. But I think investing, especially when you have so many people that don't even have a bank account, is just not the market to be that excited about if that's not your core competency. For Robinhood, that's their core competency. They can really double down on it. With Grab, you know, their core thing is deliveries, advertisements, and ride hailing. So I don't know. I think it would be a misallocation of resources to think that investing would be like the best business for them. But it would be exciting to see if they get into it. I just don't think they would want to get into it. What else do we have? Riot. That's another Bitcoin miner. I think they are transitioning to data centers. Wow, $20. $20. Right there. That's up 4.5%. That is also green. Yeah, the NVIDIA dividend came out yesterday. So everyone got their nice little NVIDIA dividend. It's 0.01 cents a share. So nice little 1 cent divvies for NVIDIA. Jensen still probably made like $50 million yesterday or something based on the shares he has. So he has a decent amount. Chonky, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being the awesome creator on YouTube. I've been listening to you for a couple of years and started investing in Hood, Grab, and Palantir, planning to hold them for the long term. I love it. Thank you for being here. Congrats on the success. And again, those are 3 names that have done well this year, but there have been a lot of other names that have been participating. I mean, even Google alone has been awesome. 241 right there on Google, slightly down on the day. Let's see if there's any other major headlines we've got going on for Mike Johnson. Is he live again? I mean, I think this guy is going to talk every day about the shutdown. BMNR, that one's down a little bit. Okay, no, he's not live right now. Potentially issuing some statements. BMNR 56. That is slightly red. We got Matt Money in the chat. Mr. Matt Money was pounding the table on Google all throughout the year. And that one has also worked out. Red Cat again, that one got upgraded, so that's up 22%. That one continues to go green. Let's see what else. FGNX, FG Nexus to tokenize shares on Ethereum. Huh. FG, I've never heard of this company. FG Nexus brings tokenized stock trading to Ethereum. They team up with Securitize to bring its NASDAQ listed equity on chain, offering tokenized stock trading through Ethereum. I've never even heard of these guys, but the fact that more and more people are bringing on the tokenized revolution via Ethereum, it's quite incredible. It is quite incredible and very bullish for Ethereum. Oscar breaking through 21 again. 2103 on Oscar. And then Opendoor, great day for Open, up 10%. Even with the PMI data not being that strong, there you go, 9.68%. S&P 671.50. That's trying to go for a new all-time high at 671.60. And then Hoodie, she's trying for 149. She is trying for 149, 148.60 again on Hood. IWM, by the way, wow, what a day for small caps, 2%. Dude, that is massively outperforming the other indices. It's up 6% for the month. Year to date, IWM's up 12%. Over the past 6 months, it's up 30%. That's a pretty big day for, I don't think there's a massive headline for small caps in general. That's getting some real love. The Qs go red as big tech goes red. Wow, Hoodie. Okay, here we go. This is the moment. Either she does it or she doesn't. 10 cents, 10 cents. Palantir almost back to 180 as well. Let me recheck resistance, but I think it's about 10,000 shares at 149. 4,000 shares, 4,600 shares. 4,600. Here we go. Let's see. Maggie says, I just hit 7 figures. Thank you, Amit. Your audience is the best. Maggie, congratulations on the 7 figures. Big, big milestone. And thanks so much for being here and being part of the chat every single day. 149. Do we get it? Oh, she stopped. No, we got it. We got it for like a second, bro. For a literal second. I saw 149.04. I barely even saw it. Let's see if it can get back up there. It broke through. Let's even get back. Let's see if it can get back. That was literally milliseconds, bro. It like gapped up for a second, then just broke through. So there was some selling right there at 149, but it's very close to really breaking through. And then after 149, I mean, the big one's there, 150, which would be kind of crazy, bro. That would be, yeah, that cowbell is waiting for 150. Cowbell is waiting for 150. Matt says a millisecond is all I need. Dude, I need less than that. I don't even need a millisecond. 148.94. She's trying again. She is trying. Can we get there? Are we there? Oh, she's right there, bro. She's right there. It keeps getting rejected right there at 148.99. Yeah, Jose's going to be on in a bit. Jose will be on in like 2 minutes. We'll get to get his thoughts on the semis. Dude, when Jose comes on, it might end up, you know when Jose comes on. I mean, who knows what happens when Jose comes on with Hood. All right, it's getting stuck right below 149. It's not really making that breakthrough. But she is trying. Nebius back to being green. That's up. Jack, thanks for the super chat. The reason why Palantir was down today is because of a Reuters article around their software not being that secure in the Army. The Army CIO came out and said that they fixed the issue. So that is the reason why I think Palantir took a 5% dip. We're seeing a little bit of recovery. Let me check 150, by the way, just how much is waiting for us at 150. 150, 10,000 shares. Wait, no, it's more than 10,000. No, 10,000. Wait, no, 21,000. 21,000 shares. 21,000. Which hopefully is not too bad. Jose, good morning.
Good morning, man. How's it going?
It's good. I think you might be on the wrong mic.
Oh, give me 1 second.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Amateur hour here.
Just reduce the gain a little bit, Jose.
Give me one second.
Yeah, just a little up there. But it should be better.
Any better here?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so Jose, it's been a week, so I'm happy you're back on. I will have to interrupt you if we get the 150, and given I know your power is on Hood, I might have to be ready to do that. But dude, what's up? How have you been? NVIDIA all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good. The AI market's still ripping. A lot of the stocks that we follow in my channel, NVIDIA, CoreWeave, kind of like the semiconductor and AI industry have been ripping. And I'm pretty excited, right? I mean, I don't know if you were able to, Jensen was on the recent podcast, the BG2 podcast.
Oh, we saw
about
that.
a week
We
ago.
saw that
And
podcast. Yeah.
sometimes I'm just like, am I even bullish enough? It's always crazy. And 10 trillion doesn't, in the long term of things, right? Not in a straight line, the 10 trillion doesn't seem that crazy anymore.
So what was the biggest takeaway from that podcast? Because we listened to a ton of clips on my channel, but what did you hear that was like, holy crap, I really need to continue my conviction in this name and not let any doubters or analyst reports get me off the bandwagon?
Well, I mean, first, just kind of like the size of the software engineering business and how just if AI agents could grow to take some market share there, that alone could be hundreds of billions of dollars for NVIDIA. The other thing is just the innovation and rate of NVIDIA always producing a new chip. And kind of always being ahead of this curve, I think is another strength. He talks about kind of like their new ASIC GPU that they announced for Rubin that kind of creates a whole new level for the Rubin platform. So just the rate of innovation. And then the other thing was kind of just the investments that's going on here in the AI ecosystem. Obviously, that massive $100 billion investment in OpenAI seems like a circle, just circling money all over the place, but he broke it down a little bit more that and yeah, it's just exciting. We hear from all these just this week alone, right? Just the amount of news. You saw Google announced a massive $14 billion deal with CoreWeave. You saw about 2 weeks ago, Microsoft announced that $22 billion or $20 billion with Nebius. You saw Google invest in, I think, Cypher for more co-locations. You see Sora 2 just came out this week, and I think it's insane. It still blows my mind, the ability for, right, in every second, you have multiple frames. And for an AI model to understand that all these frames go together, make a video that's awesome, but not only that, install an audio based on all those frames, just blows my mind. We saw Claude release their new AI model as well. They talked about their AI agents being able to do 30 hours of nonstop work. The demand is there, and it gives me excitement for this overall AI industry.
The CoreWeave Meta deal and the Nebius expansion with Microsoft with more access to GPUs, and then obviously Sora, all the things you highlighted as tailwinds for data centers, is that continuing to prove to you that demand outstrips supply?
Yeah. I mean, it first thing is the biggest indicator of this is Sora 2, right? Sam Altman didn't release it completely publicly to everybody. It was an invite only. The reason I believe it's an invite only is because they know if they were to open the gates completely, demand wouldn't be there. I mean, not demand, supply for the chips wouldn't be there. The demand would just outstrip it, and they would just be burning GPUs. So it's crazy that right now we're in an era that if you have a product, even if it's some AI TikTok, as people make fun of, it's the AI TikTok version, you can't just release it just because of the compute constraint. And I don't think AI videos is where this ends, right? This is where we're at right now. AI videos is not where it ends. We've heard also a few announcements about the robotics platform. NVIDIA announced some new solutions or open source solutions, nothing crazy, but the innovation in robotics is going to continue. And the battle of this AI race is still here. I mean, Claude with Amazon just released, and right after Sora with OpenAI. I'm expecting Google with their Gemini solution to release something really soon. You have Meta, which just released those AI glasses. not all these products are going to be winners, right? Some of these products are going to fail. But the opportunity for innovation here is immense. And I think NVIDIA still has a massive lead in their own chips. I'm not saying they're going to be the only winners, but they definitely are going to continue to hold a great market share. The partnership with Intel made perfect sense as well with NVIDIA. I don't know if I've been here when that happened or if we talked about that, but I thought that made perfect sense for NVIDIA and Intel. So the ecosystem looks good. I like it. Short term, anything can happen, but long term, overall bullish.
What do you think about Intel and AMD potentially being a customer of Intel?
Yeah, so I mean, for Intel, if these rumors are true, it's amazing news because one of the biggest bearish theses for Intel's foundry was you have your own design business. Now you're doing a foundry business. Are competitors to you gonna trust? And obviously, there's a lot of like security that happens between differentiating the business, but the market obviously kind of sees that as a bearish case of how can anybody trust you if you're going to compete with them? If this is true, AMD is the ultimate kind of rival of Intel. If this is true, it kind of eliminates that complete bearish case. Now, I would say AMD has a lot of different products. They have FPGAs, they have x86 CPUs, they have ARM CPUs for kind of the embedded market. So they could just be throwing a bone at Intel. Also, it could be just saying to the current administration, "Look, I'm also helping you guys out, right? I'm going to throw a bone here at Intel. I'm going to send a small amount of my products over there." But a majority and the high tech stuff, I do believe, will still be at TSMC for the foreseeable future.
Do you think AMD accelerates revenue growth in the data centers up to 20% next quarter, or is it still going to be in that like 14, 15% range?
I think it's going to be in the definitely over 20% on a year-over-year basis. I think we can expect high double digits continuously for. I think the AI story for AMD is beginning. I don't know if we're going to see any triple digits like we saw for NVIDIA at the beginning. Maybe when AMD releases the MI400 a year from now, the triple digit story might change. But for now, at least 20+% is definitely possible year over year for the next few quarters.
Okay, last question for you, Jose, and then we'll get into a little bit of rapid fire. Real quick, guys, what the chip happened? That is Jose's newsletter for semiconductors. So
yeah, so just a quick, this one is every few days a week, semiconductor news. This upcoming week, I am going to a semiconductor conference, so hopefully I can get a lot of information. Yeah, so it's something happening in Arizona. It's very techy, but I'm going to try to find how to integrate that techie aspect into the investing side. So hopefully I cover a lot of information of what I learned at that conference this week.
So you're going to Arizona. Interesting. Okay, so
and earnings coming back up, so it's definitely a great time to
wait. What's coming back up?
Earnings. I feel like earnings are almost right around the corner.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Agreed. Okay, cool. So that is the newsletter link right there, and then Jose's Twitter. You guys can check that out in the chat. So here's the question before we get into the rapid fire. What I was going to ask about, is okay. So these Bitcoin mining companies turning into data centers. What do you think about that? Are you bullish on it, or do you think it's a little weird that all these companies are transitioning into data center places?
First, I thank you for that interview you had. I learned a lot. So I am bullish in this overall industry right here. In the kind of right now, the biggest constraint that we have with data center build outs is power. Everybody says it. Power is the biggest issue. And I actually enjoy that a little bit because it does control this AI bubble, in my opinion. If there was unlimited power, everybody would be giving blank checks to Jensen. And he would just be writing. But I think it controls it a little bit. So this is why one of the reasons the AI bubble, I think, is if it's still early bubbling, but it's the constraint here. We've seen it. I think it's going to continue. So within this AI infrastructure, there's two markets. There's the co-location, and then there's the AI cloud compute. Now, the co-location is you just renting out kind of like someone like Galaxy might make a massive data center. They have everything ready for you. They have all the powers, all the utilities, and you come to them and you say, look, let me, and Galaxy, I think, does both. But you come up to them, you say, look, I'm going to rent out this land for 15 years. I'm going to pay you all this money. I'm going to bring in my own GPUs and roll them into these data centers. I'm paying you for a lease. You're becoming a real estate player. And I'm going to give you great money. The other way is kind of having your own PowerShell, but also providing the GPUs inside. That's closer to like your Nebius, your CoreWeave. That has a little bit more risk because the capital of chips is a lot more expensive than just the building and power utilities, but the return on money is a lot quicker. Something like this, we've heard reports that you get your money back on GPUs within 2 to 3 years. And after like the 3.5 years, you actually already paid for everything else, all the other infrastructure as well. I like CoreWeave and Nebius the most in that form. I like the GPU business, but I think right now, because power is such a limiting constraint, all these PowerShell companies are also going to be benefiting as a nice trade. I have a few positions, nothing crazy in forms of those trend trades. CoreWeave is a big position in my overall portfolio, but I think the market is going to allow for massive winners. Now, I would say for those companies that are turning from crypto mining to AI infrastructure, there is an execution risk, right?
Yeah.
It might seem very similar to build some of these AI infrastructures, but connecting all these GPUs, having the reliability, making sure the software, the security and all that, there is some science behind that, and you need a great team of engineers. So one thing that I would look at if I was looking at these crypto mining companies that are transforming, what type of management have they recently hired? Have they hired like anybody in the AWS space, in the Google Cloud space that can help them make this? And things like that would be great information to say maybe this one can benefit a little bit faster than the other one because they have the right engineering talent to transition. But I would say that's eventually going to play part, because you're going to say someone's going to build a massive infrastructure. There's going to be some error, some mistakes, and customers are not going to like that. So that could create a lot of volatility. So understanding the talent behind there, I think is going to be a great way to determine who the big winners are going to be there.
I think that's a great point. I mean, if you're investing, and this is why I haven't invested in like the Irens and Cyphers and Wolves, like I just don't really understand not only the business model, but the pivot. And the pivot matters, because if they're going to pivot and say, hey, we're a data center company now, do you have people, executives that have experience with GPUs, cloud computing, all that stuff? And I think that is definitely a crucial part of due diligence for anyone getting into these names, because you're right, there is a hell of an execution risk. And here's the thing, if you get a contract by a hyperscaler and you can't execute on it, they'll go to someone else. They don't have the time to waste, right? And there's plenty of competitors in the space.
Yeah, and a lot of these hyperscalers, they have, we've seen it even with Nebius, their contracts are, if you can't provide me with the GPUs within this amount of time frame, I'm leaving and I'm not paying, right? So it's crucial for you to be able to run some of these systems pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. And that's why we see kind of with like your Cyphers and your Teros, what you're seeing mainly are co-location deals. You're not seeing kind of like the AI GPU deals. You're seeing more them renting out the power, and then Google themselves or whoever puts the infrastructure themselves because they trust themselves a little bit better than kind of maybe some new players. So co-location is still profitable, but the way of the business is longer term, slower money at first, or not slower money, but it's the return of investment takes a little bit longer than kind of your GPU infrastructures.
Right. That makes a ton of sense. All right, real quick, rapid fire, Jose. I'll name a couple stocks and just give me your current thoughts on them. There's Jose's YouTube, guys. Please make sure to subscribe to that, and his Twitter as well in the chat. Marvell, what are you thinking? Nice recovery?
Super bullish, amazing. They recently had a conference. Their CEO, I think about a week ago, it's not just what you say, but how you say it. Management was extremely bullish. The market likes it. They kind of eliminated a lot of the risk that they might have of losing a big customer, which I think is Amazon. I still believe this is a multi-bagger. I own this one. This is one in my portfolio.
Fermi, new IPO. Any thoughts on that?
No, I kind of heard of it from comments. Maybe might look at it. I think it deals with AI infrastructure as well. Is it one of those plays?
Yeah.
No thoughts at the moment. Maybe something I might do some research during the plane ride.
APLD, Applied Digital.
co-location play, right? I prefer kind of the CoreWeave and Nebius. But obviously, right now they have a great partnership with a lot of companies. I see the long-term growth here and potential. I'm not in it. I'm more into that CoreWeave and Nebius right now.
Navitas, I think you own this one.
No, so I don't own Navitas. I mean, right now, I still think this is more of a trading vehicle. I think you get the excitement from the NVIDIA partnership. The NVIDIA partnership is more of a partnership and not an exclusivity deal. I would love to get more information from them during conferences and stuff like that to see how things are progressing. But if they do really well at developing that technology, like we mentioned, power is a massive constraint right now. They have some solutions to help out with that. If they come up with it, it could be a nice revenue grower, but it's not something that's going to happen this quarter or next quarter. The stock might react differently, but the financials won't.
I know you've not been the biggest fan of SMCI, but do you think if NVIDIA is going to grow this much, you're going to need server racks for these GPUs?
Yeah, so I've just not been a fan of kind of the server business in general. I think they're going to continue to grow. I just wouldn't put my money there. I would rather put it on the AI chips themselves. Here's a very competitive market, but like you mentioned, if we continue to see these massive demands, I mean, everybody's talking about gigawatt data centers. Gigawatt data centers are going to be closer to 300,000-400,000 GPUs, some even north of that. You're going to need all the players. Supermicro has worked really well with XAI. I believe they helped them build Colossus One. They helped build a lot of great AI supercomputers. So Supermicro is definitely up there. But like for me, business matters. The business model of server making is not something I'm excited about.
I love it. All right, Jose, thank you so much. Deeply appreciate it. When is your flight? Is it today?
So I leave tonight, but I'm gonna take a few days off at first. Gonna enjoy Sedona with the family, and then kind of go to the conference during the week.
Were you invited to the conference, or you just like you bought a ticket?
It's one of those conferences. It's a technical place where it's you don't get it. You just buy in tickets. It's like where it's pretty much me going back to school to learn what's happening here in the semiconductor industry.
Got it. I love it. Jose's YouTube and Twitter right there in the chat. Jose, thank you. Safe flight, and we'll hear from you next week after the conference.
Sounds good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one. All right. So we got some semiconductor updates from Mr. Jose. He left us with 148.40. We did break above 149.10 on Hoodie. I think she wants 150 today, folks. I really think she wants it. I mean, this one is very similar to price action to what we've seen every time it makes one of those new milestones. It chills around, oscillates between a couple of dollars, and then you get the breakthrough. There's also no resistance at 150, so wouldn't be crazy to think it is a shot to break through. Tesla is down probably because everything was priced in. Wow, 420. Goodness gracious, bro. Rest in peace to the person who bought the 475 pump yesterday, bro. Thinking it was going all the way higher. Just didn't happen. You know, I didn't buy, but your boy did end up getting the exact target on the deliveries. 30 seconds. What do we think? All right, numbers, put it in the chat. What do you think? I'm going to go final bet. I'm going to go 497. 497. Final bet. 497. 30 seconds. That was wild, bro. People really thought I had like inside information or something. I'm like, no, dude, I do not have any freaking insider information on Tesla's deliveries. That was like a pure, hey, I don't want to say 500. I don't want to say low 400. So like I'm in the 490s, and then like 497 just came out of nowhere. I was like, all right, 497. But even with that, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Now, Tesla, the 420s, I didn't think you'd break the 420s. That one is actually surprising to me. Tesla stock right here over the past month, still up 30%, $90. Can't complain too much about it. But this is what Tesla does. She gets a lot of buyers in at higher prices when people think it's ready to move, and then kind of just doesn't necessarily make that move. This is why it's so hard to time Tesla and why it's better to just own it and be long the name. But the volatility of it is also what people love in the options market. 426 right there. That's down too much. Wow, grabby grab. Trying to go for 620. I bought the dip this week, folks. I freaking bought. That day we had 580. I think that was 3 days ago. I bought. Like that was the only thing I was buying. So I hope we are Not going to see those 580s again. If we do, I will buy more. Like, conviction is strong on this, but maybe we can break above 620. And there you go. Hoodie trying to go again for 149. We got to crack 149 definitively. And then 150 might be on the table. I didn't ask Jose's favorite film. I got to ask that. Bro, the people that were clowning me for agreeing with Novogratz on Wolf of Wall Street yesterday, again, I've seen that movie. It is one of the only movies I've seen. So my eyes lit up as soon as he's like, you know the scene where Matthew McConaughey is there? I was like, yes, I know that scene. I know that scene very well. I remember that scene. Bitcoin as well, 121. That's helping. That's helping Hoodie right here. October so far being very, very strong for Bitcoin. And that's getting some love. Elon comments on Amit's post, and then Amit guesses the deliveries. Yeah, Elon messaged me. He told me. He's like, hey, let everybody know it's at 497. That really was random, dude. I'm usually not good on just like guessing a number like that. So that was random, but it just wasn't able to hold on, bro. Was not able to hold on from there. And then NVIDIA still trying to get 490. You got Perplexity CEO talking about his browser. Let's listen to a little bit of this and see if there's anything there.
Because the model is obviously giving it reasoning capabilities, but AI is clearly going to only deliver value as an end-to-end orchestrated system that knows how to use the browser, how to upload files, how to download them, how to like pull context from relevant tools and data that's only relevant to you and nobody else. So that's where AI is clearly headed next. It's not just about answering questions or being a sycophant chatbot that tells you good stuff you want to hear. It's truly about delivering value and you being able to delegate tasks to it.
All right. So kind of the same arguments around why AI is important. Again, I'm not super bearish Perplexity. I think it's a great product. I wonder where it fits into the broader AI tech stack. Because at the end of the day, I see it as an LLM. I've tried using Perplexity Finance, by the way, and I'm not impressed. I've tried to ask like really hardcore questions about tell me what XYZ price was at certain date. And I thought like it was going to be a full forged AI system that has aggregated all that data and that can actually answer finance questions. And it can't. It really can't. So it's not there yet to the point where I would be using Perplexity Finance every day. And I'm really looking for an AI finance product that I can ask historical questions to about trends around price action and be able to get accurate answers back. And it's really hard to do with numbers. It's not easy. So I understand that it's difficult, but they're not there, at least not in the responses that I've been getting. S&P, new all-time high, 672.20. 672.20. Yeah, maybe Cortex in the future, maybe. But it's not easy. Like when you're dealing with all these numbers and stuff, it's like hard to manage that. But if Cortex can pull that out, I mean, dude, the usage on that is going to explode for people in the finance industry. Grab right there, still 619. Hoodie, very close to 149 again. 5 cents away. Trying to break through. Grok is also not good at it. They all get the prices wrong. That's the issue. Like if I say, hey, how did the S&P 500 do in 1999 in March? It'll like give you some weird answer. And like it shouldn't be that hard theoretically to like index the price and then figure it out. But with the numbers, it ends up just not being the best. But those are the questions I care about to try to come up with trends and analysis for myself. And so far it's not. Or even basically like what's the PE of a company? Like a lot of times those numbers are just off. Because they also do update in real time, but still that's the whole point of AI, right? To be like so efficient with the real time updated data that it can give you the answer. So maybe Cortex is going to be able to solve some of those. Robinhood again, 5 cents away. 5 cents away from trying to get there. Back to the 149s. Google still down. AMD lost 170. Palantir slight recovery from the lows. Did not get below 175. Yes, I have a paid subscription to Grok. Not to any of the others, but Grok I pay like $50 a month for because I pay for Twitter Premium or X Premium. But Perplexity Finance you're not supposed to pay for. I mean, it's supposed to be like free, I think. But yeah, the number stuff is still not fully the best. All right, Hoodie, she's getting stuck right there at 149, dude. Literally, there's not like more resistance at 149. They're letting her get within 2 cents of it, and they're holding her down. Yeah, there's 2,800 shares at 149. 28 under shares there. Fear and greed. Are we now in greed? We are officially in greed, slightly at 57. But we're greedy. We are greedy. All right, put in the chat. Who's taking profits? Who has taken profits this week? Let's make the question specific. Who has taken profits this week on anything? I know I asked who took profits to then transition into other plays, but who's just like sold some shit and just kept it in cash? Bro, everyone's saying no. We're screwed. Everyone's saying no. Everyone's saying nope. We're going higher, baby. We're going, dude. It's like literally there's like 5% of people saying yes. Dude, we are so degenerate, all of us, bro. Goodness gracious. It makes sense though, bro. If we're all holding on for the next 10 years, you know, like it's not the craziest thing to hold. Now individual investors have still taken some profits. This is from Bank of America right here. Investors last week sold about $5 billion worth of stocks. Institutional investors dumped $3.6 billion. Hedge funds sold $1.3 billion, and retail investors sold 200. Actually, we're buying at 200 million. So this is one of the first weeks where you've seen the institutional and the hedge fund guys kind of take out some money. Retail, as per Citadel Securities and Bank of America research, showing that they've continued to buy. And I think the institutional guys and the hedge fund guys are taking out some profits because they're waiting for a dip. Like, I think they've done well this year, at least some of them. And they're saying, okay, we didn't get the dip in August, September. Let's wait for it in October. If it doesn't come in October, they're going to have to capitulate and probably buy higher in November. And I think retail is just saying we're buying right now because we don't necessarily think there has to be a dip. There could be. I don't think it would surprise people. But as I've cited many examples in the past, someone like Garcia, who sold all of his Rocket Lab and transitioned that into something like TLT. Then he sold all of his TSLL when Tesla was at like 440, and he bought it when Tesla was at 350, right? So like you do have a lot of individual retail investors that are rotating and that are taking profits. Do a poll. Okay, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. We'll make it specific to... Oh, Johnson's about to talk. Johnson's about to talk. We'll make it specific to this week. Let's do this week. Have you taken profits this week? It's been 5 days. Have you taken profits this week? Golf Channel said I sold some Meta. Bought some Cypher. S&P is trying to move to 675. Keanu Reeves in the chat. He said I sold my Tesla Leaps, which isn't that crazy. Robbing it again. 3 cents away. She's trying to go for 149. Kaio said I sold 100 shares of Tesla that I bought at 120. Not bad. Nice little 2.5x. Someone said they sold some of their Netflix. Is Netflix still getting hit today? Netflix. Wow, another 1%, bro. Holy. This thing is down about $75 billion this week. All right, Netflix continues to get hit. Okay, what does the poll say? Yeah, about 62%. So the majority have not taken profits this week. Again, I think we're in a bit of a sweet spot. And the sweet spot is if we get a dip and HOOD goes back to like 135 or 130, like I know people will be annoyed. I don't think people will be like, I hate Vlad. It's like, no, dude, the stock is still up at that point, 200-something% year to date. So I think it's hard for it to get that low again based on this run, but it could happen, and it is what it is. And you would probably have people want to buy that dip. And if it doesn't and it stays flat, that's fine. If it goes higher, that's fine. And I think that's the same for a lot of other stocks that have made a move. Like I know SoFi is being annoying right here, but you can't be that upset, especially if you load it up heavily around that 7 to 12 range, which you've had basically like 5 months this year to do that. Okay, it's down from 30 to 25, whatever. But it will invite the opportunity for a lot more people to be excited and potentially buy. S&P 671, BMNR, we're at 56. BMNR is 56. Again, Plug got an upgrade this morning, and they're heavily shorted. So that's why this one is booming higher. AI data center demand for hydropower as a function of energy was the analyst report, and that's why that is up 30%. And their short float is very high as well. QBTS, is that one still 32? 32.27. That one up 10%. Zeno says I took some losses on Salesforce. Yeah, see, Salesforce, PayPal, these are tough ones, right? Because it's like there's a large opportunity cost to being wrong on this. Now, the difference between the opportunity cost argument on Salesforce and the opportunity cost argument on SoFi was that, if you held SoFi for the past 3 years, that's $7. Now it's at 25. If you just DCA'd and believed that that was not an opportunity cost, right? You 4x your money, even if for 3 years it was flat. I don't think Salesforce can do a 4x or PayPal can do a 4x as easily. And as a result, they're both not growth names like a SoFi. They both don't have really heavy retail audiences like a SoFi. And so the opportunity cost to evaluate is actually like legitimate, because these are names that might just straight up be value traps, and they'll move, but they won't move enough to make you think your capital deserves to be there. Now, it might make you feel safer because it's not as frothy as some of the other names in the market, but they also don't have the earnings growth as some of the other names in the market. And so it's kind of hard to necessarily figure out where exactly you want to be positioned on those. Meta right there, that's down 1%, back at 720. Grill says hello from Romania. Grill, thank you for being here. Romania is awesome. I hope to visit one day. The one thing I know about Romania is, and I'm going to butcher the name, so please don't get mad at me at this for the Romanians, but Bucharest, I'm saying it's so wrong. This I know because Michael Jackson performed in front of like 300,000 people in this city back in 1993. And so that's where I first heard of Romania. All right, how do you say this? How do you say this?
Bucharest. Bucharest.
Okay, Bucharest. Okay, that's you can't really blame me on this one, bro. Like you just can't really blame me on this. And if you're gonna blame me, I'll take those shots. I don't care, because there was no way in hell I was gonna figure out how to say that one right. But Bucharest is a place I want to visit one day for Romania. Healthcare is moving because it looks like this shutdown is going to coincide with an extension of the subsidies in the ACA. And that's why all the healthcare names are getting a move. UNH really getting a move. Google right there, 243. UNH, dude, 363. It's up a nice 3% on the day. Please pull up a list of EU capitals and read them. Dude, I love my Europeans, but it is hard to say some of your names, bro. Some of these cities, like, it's not like Georgetown, DC. It's like something different. And it's just tough to say them. All right, let's hear from Johnson and see what he's got going on as well.
Other thing that we focused on was the illegal aliens. By the CBO's estimate, about 1.4 million illegal aliens were receiving Medicaid benefits that were intended only for U.S. citizens that met the categories I just described. They were gaming the system. They were cheating the system. And what that means is that less resources were available for the people, the Americans who actually needed it most. So we did the common sense thing, the right thing, the just thing, and we put it in the law. And the president signed that, gladly signed it into law. They want to repeal it. They want to give those resources back to illegal aliens. That's exactly what that highlighted language means. On this exhibit number 2 over here, I feel like I'm back in court. Exhibit number 2, okay? This is the specifics of what that would mean. When we say they want to give $200 billion back to illegal aliens, these are the specifics. If you read the legalese here in the language in the bill on page 57 and what follows, that's what it's talking about. These are all the various provisions in the chart over here. Those are listed in millions. So you see the final total there, 192.8.
Bro, they bought out a chart. This is like Liberation Day. They brought out a chart to make their point. That is wild. I mean, they are pulling out all fronts to try to make the argument that this is a Democrat shutdown.
$1 billion of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want to give back to illegal aliens. That's a fact, and nobody can refute it. Now, look, what we've done is very simple. We sent over a continuing clean resolution. This is standard practice around here. And all the Democrats who are voting against it in the Senate right now, every single one of them have given impassioned speeches about how you must pass continuing resolutions, you must pass CRs, you should never shut down the government because it's dangerous and destructive and selfish and wrong. Well, suddenly they've changed their tune. We're playing, I invite you all after the press conference to go by the speaker's office in the hallway there, and you can see the highlight reel of all of them saying this. passionately as recently as March of this last year when Chuck Schumer led his caucus to vote for the same CR. They did it 13 times during the.
All right, so the same stuff that we heard yesterday from Mike Johnson, it looks like they're going to keep making these arguments. Chris, good morning.
You know, that whole thing with illegal aliens coming to steal healthcare, like, I don't like that terminology, dude. There's no such thing as stealing healthcare. Like, you don't just say, you know what? Let me go, like, steal some healthcare. Let me go to the doctor so no one else can go. Like,
well, I mean, look, the country is definitely divided on that. You're going to have a lot of people in the chat that agree with you, a lot of people that completely disagree with you on that. But it looks like that is the core function of the debate around this.
Where's people's humanity, dude? Where's people's humanity to see your fellow man not die on the street needlessly? Like,
your people are going to disagree with you is my point. And you could say half the country potentially disagrees with you. So
I don't think there's nearly that many people that disagree. Because here's the thing. If you can walk down the street and watch a sick, dying person, you have no heart, you have no soul, dude. All right? Yes, you can disagree that illegal aliens are bad and everything, and I'm all for it. I think that we should be stopping illegal aliens from coming in at the border, not trying to figure out, like, okay, how do we get, how do we not treat people at the most vulnerable time in their lives? And at the end of the day, a lot of these people, they provide a productive service, okay? Now, granted, some people are here to game the system. Like, there are people that will come to the US and try to have like an anchor baby and everything else. Like, those people, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about just the average person who is in this country. They might have been brought here illegally by, a family member, whatever. And you can't just say, you know what, sorry, healthcare is all full, we can't take care of you. I mean, like I said, there are certain parts of humanity, like we should not be giving up our humanity just to prove a point. And so when someone like Mike Johnson, who I respect, I'm a Republican, I'm telling you, I'm a diehard Republican. When he comes out and says these illegals are here to steal healthcare, dude, there's a lot of things that people can steal. You can steal food, you can steal, like purses from Times Square. I don't care. Those things punish people. But when it comes to healthcare, dude, healthcare, you cannot steal healthcare. All right.
How do you think? Yeah. So again, that's a political opinion, and people are going to disagree with that. People are going to agree with that. But at the end of the day, that is a political opinion. Healthcare stocks are up today. Is it up based on the idea that whatever concession the shutdown comes to will expand ACA? So all the healthcare companies are just like, all right, cool, that's good for us.
Well, the thing is, the ACA, it actually benefits a lot of Republicans. So if you look at the data, the number of people that signed up for the ACA during the last 4 years, majority of them were in Republican states. See, people don't know that. In the Democratic states and the blue states, they have a robust healthcare system there that has a lot of state level support. But a lot of people who are uninsured were actually uninsured in Republican states. So these subsidies, they actually helped out a lot of people who are Republicans. So a lot of Republican constituencies are like, wait a second, like, what do you mean? Like, I have to give up my health care? Like, I'm actually able to go see a doctor and I can't do that anymore. If you want to get shellacked in the midterms, like the Republicans, if they want to get destroyed in the midterms, go ahead, take away these subsidies and wait until open enrollment in November and see the sticker shock people are going to have. Because I guarantee you right now, there's a lot of people that are hurting right now. And at the end of the day, whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, you need access to good quality healthcare. And I'm telling you, the investments that we make in healthcare have huge tangible benefits long term. Because as a society, if we are healthy, we are productive, right? We're not dealing with all the consequences that people get. If you're able to treat heart conditions preventatively before they become full-blown issues, that's a big deal. That's how healthcare is supposed to work, where we take care of things at the ground level so they don't become big problems later on. Do you know how many times we've seen people come to the ER and they've got like a really small cut on their feet, right? And they're diabetic. Now, here's the thing. You can treat that very easily with antibiotics if they have a small infection. But if you don't treat it, okay, and you're just like, sorry, you don't have health insurance, we can't treat you, or people don't have health insurance, so they don't go. You know what happens? They get diabetic foot ulcers, and then it gets bigger and bigger, and then we have to amputate the leg. Do you know what happens once you amputate a person's leg? They are dependent on the government for the rest of their lives. So tell me, is it better to just treat?
I mean,
this
Chris,
person?
again, Chris, I hear your point, but you're making a political argument at the end of the day. As much
No,
as
no,
I,
it's not political.
no,
It's just
Chris, there's people that have counter arguments against it. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, dude, I tell you every time, talking about politics, it's not worth it. Like, I'm telling you it publicly right now because you're making this public, but talking about politics is not worth it. You're making a political, there will be counter arguments against it.
Look, I'm sure that there are people that are going to feel that way, but when it comes to certain things, like I said, I work in healthcare. There's a part of me, I am a staunch fiscal conservative. Okay, I don't think we should be spending money on a lot of dumb things that we spend money on. But in terms of healthcare, dude, healthcare is an important part of society.
I
And
get
like
it. I agree.
That's something that we can agree to disagree on the other side. But I'm telling you, even if you are against providing a lot of these people with healthcare, right? They could end up contracting a communicable disease that gives you and your family another disease, you know? So a lot of people, they don't understand that the consequences of healthcare are way more than just the individual. You know, healthcare is one of those things that's a shared thing. I mean, do you know how many times in the 1900s we used to have like plagues and all these major issues running through societies? Guess what? We have great, robust healthcare. All of those things ended up saving way more lives. Do you know why we don't have pandemics these days? It's because people get treated, people get taken care of before they become epidemics. You know, so like I said, I'm for me when I look at this, just from a numbers perspective, screw the moral part. But I'm telling you, the investment that you make in healthcare to make sure that you have a healthy population at the earliest stages means that long term you're not going to deal with the consequences of a unproductive society that's basically going to be unhealthy and cost way more to the taxpayer for the rest of their. I'm telling you, if you take care of a patient early on, preventative care, you're not going to spend the millions upon millions of dollars taking care of this person for the rest of their lives and the other safety net programs that are out there.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the opinion.
Well, no. Let me just say one thing about the healthcare side. So,
Chris, you got to be quick because we got to get to Hood, bro. We got to
just as a quick
30 seconds.
From an investing standpoint, the run in healthcare, I think it's going to be multi-year move up. So even today's moves higher are just a very short term just pop from some news. But this is structurally, I think we've structurally hit a bottom and now we're in recovery mode. So I think if you are going to look at this sector and you have a much more broad view, I think this sector is going to do well for the next couple of years. So this can actually be one of those sectors where you can park some money long term and not worry about it so much, especially with a recession and everything else. Other sectors are going to feel the pain. This one won't feel it nearly as much. So that's all I was going to add to it.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Take care. All right. Well, having moved on from that, Robinhood trying to get the 150 open or close, or hopefully close on Friday at 4 p.m. 149.60 right there on Hoodie. 150 is 25,000 shares. 25,000 shares. Again, guys, my opinion on this is I don't like getting political. I don't. So I've told Chris this many, many times. I love Chris. He's a dear friend of mine, but I told him, like, dude, if you talk politics, like, it's just not worth it. It's just not, no matter how much you feel morally or ethically about an issue, there will be people that disagree with you, which is why I never give my political opinions, because I don't care. I don't care what you guys think about my political opinions. I don't need to impose my beliefs on how I think about healthcare on you guys. That's not the goal of this. Now, we have to analyze it from an investment perspective in regards to what's going on with the shutdown and healthcare. And obviously, healthcare stocks are running today based on the idea of that shutdown potentially impacting healthcare. But when you get into the weeds of it, it just becomes very, very political. It is not my intention to put politics on the channel. But it is what it is. Love it or hate it. I love Chris, one of my good friends. He's going to be political sometimes. I just personally, I don't know. I think it's a lose-lose situation whenever you get that political. There's just too many people that disagree with you and take the opposite side. And so at that point, it becomes polarizing. Robinhood right there, 149.60. Again, trying to get to the 150s. 25,000 shares is waiting. But we got to see if we can get there. So we're close, folks. I mean, we are close. Had a little bit of a detour into the political world, which I didn't think we would do. I thought we would talk about the impact on healthcare stocks, but we went political. It is what it is. It happens. But we're coming back right here to 150. Let's see if we can come back to 150. And if we can get there. 15 cents away. This would be a big one, guys. 7 to 150 over 2.5 years. Well, that definitely increased the comment engagement, if not the view count. Dude, that's my thing. Every time you talk about politics, everyone just spams the comments with their political beliefs. Like, it's not, I don't know. There's a reason I'm not building a political career. I don't care too much about it. All right, so they're gonna make her work for 150, 149.50 right there. Also, for some of the people saying because I played Mike Johnson on Fox News, this became political. What is wrong with you? If we played CNN, which was also streaming Mike Johnson, that's also like, just because you play Fox News or CNN, that is not inherently political, especially if we're listening to the Speaker of the House. We could be listening to it on a News Nation live stream. Like, but this is my point about politics. People get so, you put on Fox or CNN, people lose their mind. And I'm like, dude, it's the Speaker of the House. No matter what network you're streaming on, it's the freaking Speaker of the House. So like the idea that just because I'm watching the Fox stream or the CNN stream, where it's the same stream, it's just the one that popped up and I clicked on, and now it's political. But that's my point. Like, everyone is so polarized on this shit that it gets so aggressive whenever you talk about it. All right. Yeah, I pick sides because I pick Fox News. Exactly. I pick sides with that. Right there. That's up 4%. Amazon's up 1.2. Hoodie, she's either going to go for it or not. She's either going to go for it or not. 149.74. Up 2.7. You have to get an AI version of the speaker. Yeah, I guess so. They're going to make her work, folks. She's either going to bust through or they're going to make her work, but she obviously wants it. You got to 149.85. That is not too far away. Iran also breaking 50 at the same time. Look at that. 51. That's a new all-time high. That is a new all-time high on Iran. Bitcoin almost 122. Yeah, Iran covered calls getting hit. 51. There you go. 51.10 on Iran. Hoodie trying to get there. Grab just got to 621, a little bit below that. Microsoft's at 519. Are the other data center plays moving? Bitfarms, that is up 6% as well. Admit you wet your pants every time Trump tweets. Okay, I do not wet my pants when he tweets, but it's the president of the United States, bro. Like, we need to know what he's thinking. My excitement around politics at the intersection of investing is always wanting to know what impact does it have on the investments. At least that's the lens I try to keep it towards. And maybe sometimes it goes away from that lens, but that is really what I try to keep it towards. And so when Trump says something, the market reacts. If Biden were to tweet as much as Trump, the market would have reacted 4 years ago, but he didn't talk that much, right? Now, is it hilarious content? Yes. Is it crazy shit like him investing in Intel, which has real implications on people's money? Yes. But that is at least the lens I try to take it through. Plug still up 33%. That is green. Silver's also kind of getting green. Have you listened to the new Taylor Swift album? No, I have not. I said I would, but dude, the last album wasn't that good though. If you saw the reviews, I didn't listen to the last album, but I've heard like last album was a dud. So I don't know if this album's better, but I imagine people would like it. I ran right there, 10%, 51.73. 10%, 51.73. Let's see if we can make this move above the 150s. Oscar's still doing well. Got Matt. Yo, Matt, do you still have the options you bought on Hood? The call options? Matt bought options when I bought shares of Rocket Lab. Both, I bought Rocket Lab at 20. He bought Hood at 40. And I think he still likely has those. Why is your face on the left side? You're so political. That's hilarious, bro. Matt says, yes, I'm in it till we die. All right, there you go. Me and Matt are long and strong. Long and strong. Bro says he doesn't want to get political, then says Taylor's album was bad. Okay, but you're right, to be honest. Taylor's more political than Democrats or Republicans. The last album was a work of art. You're just not the target audience. Dude, I like Taylor Swift. I enjoy listening to Swift. It's just some of these last albums have not been my cup of tea. But dude, back in 2010, 2011, I mean, I remember she was on the billboards every freaking week, dude. She had a new number one hit. It was quite incredible. We have an update on some chips right here in the context of China. Let's pull up to this, and then we'll keep going. Hoodie trying to get, again, up to that 150s, 149.80. She's trying. We've got to see if we can get there.
After disclosing a $710 million revenue hit from new U.S. export rules. Lam Research, KLA,
Hold on. I think she's making the move. 2 cents. There it is. 150. There it is. 150. We got back right in time. Literally right in time. 150.06. We'll probably get right back above it. We'll probably get right back above it. 149.97. There she is. There it is again. $150 a share for Robinhood. Man, that is crazy. That is freaking crazy. That is wild. That is wild. I think we'll get back above that in a second. Jason, I see you in the chat. Jason, I'm going to send you a link if you want to hop on real quick. I'm going to text you a link. Jason is, he just texted me. Oh, boom. Okay, boom. Jason, I just sent you a link. Hop on. Wow. 150 on Hoodie. I mean, that's different, bro. 7 to 150. She pulled a Palantir. If she gets to 180, it'll be a full Palantir, but she really pulled a Palantir. 7 to 150. 2.5 years. 2.5 years. She did this. My goodness, dude. This thing was 120 on Monday. So Palantir and Hood, they have their own different ways of getting to these levels, but this one happened in a pretty incredible way. By the way, 151 resistance is also not that aggressive. It's 3,000 shares. So I don't think she has to stop there. I don't think she has to stop there. Maybe it was that Steve downgrade on Monday. Maybe that's what got us there. But no, apparently it was S&P flows on Monday that none of us expected. That got it to 121 to 132. And then after that, I guess prediction market upgrades. And then since then, I guess crypto has been helping it. And it's really made its move. Bitcoin right there also 121.3 as that one continues to go green. Well, congratulations. Congratulations to everybody. We got to do it 2 times. 2 times. Palantir. And then Hoodie, and to help me commemorate this, someone who's an OG hoodlum, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude.
It's a big one.
What a day.
It's a big one.
Oh my God, my volume.
That's why. No, your volume's good. You're good.
That's a huge one. Congrats. I'm at a loss. That is
I think
Congrats, everybody.
I think on Tuesday you called around 150 if the trend continues. So,
Dude, can we zoom in on this chart? Because
yeah,
go for it again.
pull up your chart. Tell us what you're thinking. By the way, guys, I know a lot of people have covered calls, and Jason, I think he'll have some thoughts on how to navigate.
Dude, I texted Amit because I posted something. I was joking. I was like, I texted him today. I learned how deep some people are in the hole on covered calls for hoodie. I'm like, oh my goodness,
it was bad.
And I was like, kind of halfway joking. I was like, maybe we should do a stream on how to fix that. But yeah, well, actually, I'm in some live trades. But I mean, if we want to stream or
let's just pull up the hood chart. We definitely want to get your thoughts on what you're thinking of this.
You want like a active trader hood chart?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, this is super live, but I think I have show. I think it shows it 40. Yeah, it's way over here. Very close, 149s. This is a literal 30-second chart, dude, but I don't know if you guys are used to that. There she is, man, in all her glory. 49.90. Today, 153.24. That's what this says.
So, I mean, I think a lot of people are
dude.
asking, the number one question people are asking is, do I sell here? Do I take some profits? Like,
what do you mean?
I mean, people are saying, hey, is it time to like de-risk a bit? And I mean, given the chart and I guess your understanding of the fundamentals, what do you think?
I can't say that. Everyone's different. That's a personal question. It depends on your time horizon. Like when you know, there's trading and there's investing, and they're two unrelated, different things, right? Like it's, yeah. When we do technical Tuesdays, things like that, you know, fundamentals tell you what's a good investment long term. And when I say long term, that's minimum 3 to 5 years long term. Trading is like near term waves in the ocean, right? Like when something's going to go up, when something's going to go down, give or take, right? But if you're thinking as an investment, you know, perspective, long term, if I said, oh, it might dip a little bit, who cares if it goes to, you know, down a little bit? So I guess for right now, what I can say is this trend is still very much intact. There's nothing in this chart that's showing any signs of weakness. So not today. I don't see any reason to sell. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, momentum is strong. You wouldn't want to leave momentum if it is this strong.
Yeah, and this, you know, oversold. No, I actually, since people like that, no, I do not see this as oversold. Actually, no, because no, there's not even any kind of diversion there. Not even kind of. Wow. This is barely higher. Whoa. Sorry, I thought I was going to see that differently. No. If this was, so on the bottom of this screen, this is a momentum oscillator. I don't go over this very often, but you may not be able to see this. I'll make this a little bit thicker. But there's a momentum piece here that where this kind of peaked out prior at this high. This prior high, from a momentum perspective, if we were to say, oh, this was at risk, then what you would need to see is that this momentum oscillator, which you really cannot see on my screen, sorry again, would actually be a lower peak. It's not, it's actually higher. So this is telling me I don't have, that would be what's called bearish divergence or hidden divergence. I'm not seeing that. So we have confluence from that perspective. Like if you're doing this from that perspective, from, you know, if you're an RSI person, this is your traditional RSI, because I know investors like this. It's the same thing. You might be able to see this better. And maybe on a Legends chart, you could see that. See where this was higher? This chart is going higher. This is barely started. Yikes.
And then fundamentally, Bitcoin runs, S&P runs. I mean, HOOD's going higher. Like,
yeah, as long as this is staying over 70, this can chop, right? This can chop in this oversold. And as long as this chops over 70 RSI, that actually means you stay in this high end range. And that's what keeps the stock like this up. It's when this whole thing crosses down, like when this yellow line crosses down below 70, that's when, this is a weekly. Here's a daily. See this? This is here. What I was just talking about, when this crossed down here, that's when it comes out of this kind of oversold. We're actually just now about to get back into it. This is telling me it's probably going higher, like now.
all right, so
That's how you use this stuff. Again, I'm not a big fan of it for a lot of reasons, but it is what it is.
I guess fundamentally outside of the technicals, how do you feel about 150?
Well, I think that's appropriate. I think that the market's, again, probably going to front run a lot of this stuff. I think it's appropriate because of the event contracts. And I think the market's a little confused about how to digest what's happening with the event contract piece. And that, you know, myself and you have been talking about this for a while, of that component of the market, component of the business, we'll say, not being priced in to the valuation of Robinhood. And once the market realized what the power was behind that, and like the sheer like profit potential, just an NFL alone and CFB alone, once they realized, oh crap, this is not just a for funsy type of business, it's a real business. And then how do we value that? And oh, by the way, they're really maybe at like 20% potential here. Like there's so much more to be had. And also, we're only talking about football right now. We're not talking about March Madness. We're not talking about soccer. We're not talking about, we haven't even hit World Series. We haven't talked about anything. We're only talking about sports. The potential for this event contract business that was not on anyone's bingo cards 6 months ago, from a valuation perspective, this could be a real, legitimate, massive business. And now you're talking about tokenization. You're talking about there's so many levers. And now what about Robinhood Social? Dude, this is, I mean, how do you value a company like that? Not to mention execution, speed to market. Vladdy's on a mission.
Okay, so talk to me. You covered calls then. I mean, your philosophy.
Oh, you're really gonna put me on the spot here.
No, yeah. I mean, dude, a lot of people are dealing with it. There are people that had 120s this week, 130s this week. Maybe they haven't rolled. Maybe they're figuring out how to roll, where to go out on the roll. I mean, what would you do if you're in a, let's say, 130 call for today that's underwater? How would you navigate the situation?
Well, I think first of all, I think you have to look at this as, if you're underwater on a cover call, when you sell cover calls, so I don't sell cover calls on investments personally, just because, especially at levels I don't actually want to sell my equities on. So that's a hard thing for me to go into, mostly because you have to actually be willing to sell them, because at the end of the day, if you're underwater on a covered call, well, technically you won. And so that's the first moral of the story. If you're underwater on a covered call, you should be kind of congratulating yourself, because that was the plan, and you've won that trade if you really think about it. So you still have your appreciation on the stock. You just happen to be underwater on this specific call, maybe too low. And so net, I think you actually posted something recently, and what you did, or what I remember you saying, if I'm remembering right, I think you mentioned that you had a 140 short call. Is that correct?
Yeah, December. Yeah.
And that you recently just rolled it up and out.
Yeah.
Is that so? If I think about the timeline, and this is a props to you in a roundabout sort of way, the timeline that you did that, and I think this is the moral of the story, was about a week ago.
Yeah.
So when you guys hear this, and I'll back this out a little bit, when Amit did that, he did that the moment that Robinhood actually touched his strike price.
Yeah.
And I think that is the takeaway here. You don't want to wait too long. If you're opening a covered call, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that people are opening them at a certain delta, or a certain distance away from the strike, or a certain distance away from the stock price. And when your strike of a cover call actually touches the underlying, that is a big danger point. If you ever go in the money, you need to get out, right? But if you touch the strike, okay, the moment that your strike touches the moment that your underlying or the stock touches your strike, you need to immediately roll up and out. And if you don't do that, then you're really at risk. So that's lesson number one. The second thing is, piece number two is, if you're really adamant, like, hey, I don't want to do that, there's a different way to open them. And this would be into maybe trading a little bit, but come over to Technical Tuesdays. Is if you're, this I am beneficial. TJ, can you highlight that?
When the stock
I'm beneficial.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so if TJ's saying the same thing, I'm reiterating exactly what TJ says. So this is rule number one in cover calls. When a stock, even just love taps your if you get a love tap of any flavor at your short strike, roll that bad boy. That's your time, right? That's rule number one. But from a trading perspective, number one, come over to Technical Tuesdays. We'll give you kind of an idea of when things are about to move. And I hate to go into the buying options piece, but there's a way to hedge a long call or hedge a short call with a long call for a very small price. If you buy something short or dated. So if you have if you have a short call, or meaning you've sold a covered call, typically you're usually doing them about 45 days out most of the time, somewhere between a few weeks to 45 days to expiration, maybe even longer, especially if you're rolling them out. For usually pennies on the dollars, you can buy a very near term call as protection. And in the Greeks, we have what's called gamma skew, and those shorter dated calls can actually hedge that near term kind of skew. There's that as one way to do it. You don't want to do that a whole lot, because that's kind of it's like buying a protective put at the same time, but you're doing it reverse. And you end up with a long short dated call option and a short longer dated call option. But it's a no lose situation, actually. And it's really a no lose situation when you open it that way. So usually if you can roll up and out and collect, usually when you roll a short call, you actually want to do that and collect money, if you can do that and actually take some of that roll profits and at the same time purchase a short dated call and do the whole thing at once, that will actually protect a roll at the same time. And that can hedge, that can actually hedge quite a bit. And then there's a whole nother strategy on how to open cover calls with what's called, we call it like a ratio spread, or it's a little bit more advanced, but maybe we should probably do a whole nother training on it, where you open up a short call. It's like 2 short calls, but 1 long call lower, so that even if something goes higher, you are actually hedged in the middle. But it's a different strategy. That's called like a stock repair, but it's a way to have a short call, but also have a long debit spread in between, just in case it goes up against you. Usually those are done for free or a small credit.
Yeah, and again, this is why we need to do options 301. Dude, we really got to do that. Everyone's.
Did we do 201 yet?
We did 201. We did it so long we even forgot what we did.
We did 201. Oh, you did 101. We did 201.
So we can talk about these strategies, because all that.
This is kind of a 401, but 201, sure. 301.
Bitcoin right there, 122. The point is, there are ways to mitigate some of this downside stuff, but I think at its
there are
core,
definitely ways, and I think the moral of the story is actually you want to do it in a way where you're not actually. There's ways to do it, and there's actually ways to do it where you're not spending extra money. The best hedges don't cost you money. There is in fact a way to do it where you're not taking money out of your pocket to do it, actually. And that's the cheapest way. Is when you do the roll, you collect a lot of money for your roll up and out, and take some of that extra money that you would normally put in your pocket, and then throw a little bit of it on a short dated long call as a near-term protection.
I also think the point of the strike getting breached or love tapped and taking action is important, especially if it's
required.
Like for BMNR, right? If you have a 58 strike expiring today and it touches it, BMNR is so volatile, it's not really earnings. It's ETH goes down. But HOOD, there is a tailwind, multiple tailwinds behind it. It touches those levels. I mean, it can break easily, very easily. So there you go. All right,
dude.
Congrats.
What
folks.
a day.
Same thing happened with Google. Broke 175. Yeah.
Google 175. Apple, if you thought it was going to stay down for a while. When stocks go on these crazy runs, Tesla, right? When Tesla gets strength and people think Reddit, right? When some of these stocks just go on their epic runs, they can just become absolutely parabolic sometimes. And you just kind of want to step out of the way. The same thing is
also
true
this comment right here. You could also just not sell calls against the stock you're really bullish on.
Yeah, I think Matthias has a very, that's kind of how I do it. That's kind of because at the, selling cover calls is a trading strategy. And if you're an investor, you have to realize that this is an active management strategy. So it's not as passive as one might believe, or as you might naturally think.
Batty, thank you for the $200 super chat. HOOD to 150. Congrats all here. Thank you, Mitt, for telling the story. Batty has been deep into HOOD. She was at the HOOD Summit. I mean, it's just such an awesome community.
Nice.
Jason, Jason and me actually connected on HOOD. We didn't connect on Palantir. We connected. I forgot how we met, but HOOD at 10 we were both, I think on Twitter we were doing, and then you hit me up for TA, and I was like, all right. And then at 15, we really started doing TA on it heavily. And we wanted 50 support in 2025, and we're at 150.
Well, that was on a technical Tuesday.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, $50 support 2025. Was it that long ago?
That's when it was at 20. To imagine it would go to 50 and have a support line there was hard.
Dude, it was so short lived too. Like it was for like a day.
It was for like a day. It was literally for like a day. There's our 201 for those that want to check it out. And then 101, I believe, is linked as well in the chat. Jason, we'll commit to it, bro. Probably in definitely can't do this weekend, but next weekend, I think, if you're free, we'll get 301 out of the way.
Yeah, I still have the most of my time has been working on the School of Gains, which is just a massive project for me and our crew, which should be huge. But that's like the cradle to grave. You know nothing about nothing, and we'll take you to like all the way through trading. I think we're gonna hit. You got hoodie up on the screen, right? All right, I think we're gonna make another push like right now.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. But yeah, the studio's there. I just have to clean it up a little bit for the home front, HQ2, we call it. I call it. So the boy might be around as well. Not the black one, but it's like all white background.
Yeah.
So that's available whenever.
All right. Well,
dude,
Jason's
imagine.
Twitter.
Yeah. So I think this was a good one. And if you're on the Technical Tuesday streams, I think we called this move anyways in front of earnings. I think to your question earlier, though, I think a lot of this is the anticipation of this next earnings report. This end of year run, we don't know, but clearly the market's getting excited, justifiably so. It's very possible that that the market gets overly excited ahead of the report and maybe a little too excited. And then, we get a little pulled back. If you're in covered calls ahead of earnings, is it okay to talk about this for a little bit?
Yeah.
Since I do options. So earnings right now are slated to be October 30th per my,
October 11th, we'll get the banks. But, wait,
Yeah,
are you talking about a specific stock?
I'm talking about Robinhood right now. And for anybody that's in covered calls. When?
That's confirmed. November 5th.
November 5th. So if you're in Robinhood options, covered calls, if you're in covered calls for Robinhood, just make sure that they're after November 5th expiration, which means that you're going to have, just make sure that you're in options, that you're in anything after November 5th, expiration, because you will have implied volatility on your side, meaning that Hood is going to have an extra move priced into it for earnings. And that move is actually going to be probably pretty big this quarter in terms of what the market's pricing in because of what's going on. February, they had a 15% move. October, it was a 16% move. Yeah, it looks like November, 14%. Yeah, October tends to be a big moving quarter.
It's a very bit. Last year, it was down 25%. The year after that, it was down 15%.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. So October 2021, 10%. November 2022, 8%. October 2024, 16%. Yeah.
Hopefully it's to the upside, but this one tends to be a very volatile quarter. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think Hood's running too much and the earnings will be good, but not enough to justify the re-rating? Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it's possible if it goes any higher, for sure. So I think my point is that it can continue to go, but and your cover calls might be, I'm seeing a lot of flow on 160s right now. So I would roll. But everything after November 7th is going to have an additional implied move baked into this. And anything over, I'd say like 160 strike is probably going to get crushed post earnings in terms of volatility crush or premium crush. So I'll just leave it there that while as we head into earnings, yeah, any covered calls are probably going to get worse between now and then. Worse.
So you might as well bite the bullet and get out of it.
or
unless we
or
think
just
this move comes down,
or just
right?
know what the situation is.
Yeah.
And you could hedge with something nearer term, meaning that ahead of any options between now and less than November 7th, those do not have extra implied volatility because they don't have that earnings priced into it. Again, November 7th and beyond, they do have extra earnings volatility, specifically that November 7th expiration and November 14th and November 21st. Those are the most expensive options for all expiration days. So if you're in those are going to be the most impacted. November 7th, 14th, and 21st. Those are the heaviest impacted in terms of overly inflated options because of capturing that specific earnings event. So that's my PSA, if you will. And I think right now those are all implying about like a $30 to $40 move in short order, which would put this at $170. Zoom in on the chart. Let's.
Is it crazy to say that? It's not that. I mean, look, if it happens, it would be wild. But like, it's not like we're at 120 aiming for 170. You're at 150. Like, if you have any catalyst that takes you up there.
Well, and I also posted the NFL ramp, right? So like at this point, I think 150 is probably justified just for the event contracts. Sorry, I need to check in on some trades. Oh crap.
Are you making money, losing money? What's happening? Are we winning? We're losing?
I think I lost for a little bit, but I forgot about stuff. So now I'm break even because we're back. We got me in trouble.
Look at this
Coinbase,
guy, bro. Look at this day trader, bro.
Oh, you're
looking at your screen. Look at this guy, bro. He has all these different charts open, trying to scalp options and different names.
Scalp. Oh no, what's Friday? It's a very special situation in the market. Well, this by the way, we took we don't day trade a whole lot, especially lately, but there are certain things, when you take the technical Tuesdays, this Coinbase chart, this was a banger this week. I say banger. Did you know that Coinbase has had a $70 move, nearly $70 move in the last 1, 2, 3, 4 days?
I mean, yeah, Bitcoin coming back definitely helps. And Ethereum.
Bitcoin coming back definitely helps. That's 21% this week.
Gary says my hood is 130 strike with November 21st. How would you approach that?
Well, you're in the money. So we're retrospective here. So at 130, Gary knows what he should have, would have done. But we're not going to harp on that. So at 130, what date was it?
November 21st. Grab, by the way, breaking 621 and Nebius, new all-time highs. Another big name that took off for retail this year, 130, up 3.6%. That is incredible.
Nice. So those are $27 right now. You typically want to collect something. And
I think you would have to go out a year to get out of the one.
Well, okay. So November, I mean, for sure, not a year, but like you want to, when you do a roll, you want to collect money, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he wants to go probably into January's, and I would probably say like 170s, right?
Which is
meaning
not
like
that crazy.
and then he collects $10 or $1,000, but we'd also want to hedge that 170. And so in this case, you'll collect $10, but he could buy, let's say, a October 31st. He could buy an October 31st
165 call.
Okay.
I think that's
That would
right.
be Oscar 21 Hood. There you go. You got the official 150. Broke out to 150.16. So just trying to go higher. But you're saying 165.
So look, he's a November 31st or November 21st 130 call. So here's the example. If he buys back the 130 call for November 21st, right? That costs him some money. But then he turns around, he sells a January 27th $170 call. Then he collects $1,000 to do that. But with that $1,000, he turns around, he buys in October 31st 165 call. Net, he actually puts $550 into his pocket to do that. And he's actually hedged. He's skewed hedge because he actually has a shorter dated long call, 165, and he's short a 170 call. So in the very near term, he's skewed, and that'll expire actually right before earnings. So between now and then, he's still collecting money, and a pre-earnings run up, if you will, is just an option. If I'm looking at it, it's a cheap way to do it. I'm looking at the volume on these contracts, and actually that's it's a pretty high volume strike. It's just one way to do it, and I'm just doing it at a glance. But that, and then if I analyze that trade, I have to.
And the reason, just explain this, the reason the bot call is a hedge is because the money you make from the stock going up offsets the covered call going against you?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Wow. JP Morgan raised their Tesla target to 150 from 115. Okay. Not too bad. By the way, ETH, she's waking up 45.60. That is helping Hoodie and probably BMNR, which is trying to touch 58. Trying to touch.
So here,
58.
I'll show you. Can I show you what that would look like?
Yeah.
Visually?
Yep.
Oh, shoot. Is that not? Oh, man. TOS is always doing this. Hang on. This is making me reset.
JS, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for introducing me to Hood Amit. Also, everyone called Jason crazy when he said it was going to fly, and here we are. Thank you both.
Did they?
I don't think people called you crazy. I think people just couldn't believe it really breaking above those levels. Same thing with Palantir. People just didn't believe it could actually get there.
How rude. I'm joking.
It is wild. These two back to back in the span of 2.5 years. I mean, they both have their own journeys, but just generational names that really changed people's lives. Both of them here from 7 to 150. Micron, is that moving today? Micron had a great week. Wow, 190, dude. This thing.
I know. I saw that thing and I'm like, oh my goodness.
118% this year. I mean, it's moving with the Nebuses, the CoreWeaves, the SK Hynix, the Samsungs, all of them.
Okay, so I had to change my settings a little bit just so they can see. This is a visual. Sorry, this is Thinkorswim, so it's a little bit more advanced. So the actual roll position is right here. So you would buy back the 130. You might have to zoom in, but that roll would net a credit of $550. And the position that you would be left with is essentially this would be short 170 call, long 165 call. So I'm going to uncheck this custom because that was I just had this here so that you could see what that would net. And so I have to click this to show what that position would look like. It's not going to be a whole lot of protection, but if it goes like parabolic and you would tinker with this a little bit, it would actually hedge a little bit and you still have some kind of covered. And here I would probably maybe tinker with these a little bit. I think this is how you would have to tinker with it. But
Nebius
Anyways.
132. That one is not stopping either. Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, I think the hedge on the covered calls, especially if it's in a really good name that you don't want to lose the shares on, that is definitely something important to think of.
Yeah, I'm not actually that might not be the best. Like I would probably want to take a little bit more time to find the best scenario for it. But net you want to find something that actually looks more like this from a P&L perspective, where there's just a very small little blip in the radar. But if it goes completely against you, that you have a hedge, something that would actually really protect you near term. And it might even be, very near term, who knows?
All right. It's pretty incredible, dude. Pretty freaking incredible. Does your and I know you trade for your mom. You trade in like a trust, right? And some of that is your mom's money. I'm assuming she
We have
has some
multiple
hood.
accounts. Yeah, like there's multiple accounts, but the way that it was handed down to me, so like back in the anyways, was that there's multiple accounts, but there's a trading trust that dad had set up way back in the day, and that was handed down, and it's like, but that's like the whole family, so it's like family funds. So it's, if we had a family office, that's basically what it is. So net, that's what it's supposed to be. It's just like family office type funds. And every year there's like a withdrawal, but the rule is you're not supposed to deposit anything, and you have to make money. Like that was the rules that were set up. You're not allowed to deposit, and you have to make money every year, and then you can withdraw. But that's what it is. But yeah, so there's that, and then there's active trading accounts, and then there's other funds that are all, it's like 10 accounts actually, like combined, but everything's kind of in different buckets.
The reason I asked, and Bitcoin right there, 123, and I'm linking Jason's Twitter right here in the chat, guys. You can follow him. Is that a lot of people that I know, including myself, got our parents, our siblings into Hood, and so it's have your family make money on it outside of just yourself is special.
Yeah, so like in that, like, so there's of course like the self-directed stuff, like there's the trading trust, then there's like so yeah, there's the investment trust, then there's, I guess, the trust itself has different buckets inside of it. And the long-term piece of it is massively stacked in Hoodie, and that has been like the largest position for a long time. And then of course we trade around it, but geez, it was like from $8.
I know. I remember. I remember you told me. You told me you trade in a trust, and a lot of it was Hood at like 8 to 10.
Eight and a quarter. And then and there was a point where I was like about 20 maybe. I had made some decision. I was like, you know what? At about $20, I was like, this is dumb. Like I looked across the market and I was like, I can't think of a better stock. Like, and I looked around, I was like, this has got to be like the best stock in the market. And I can't think of a reason why there's not why every other stock is not just a straight up opportunity cost. And so I had this weird moment where I was like, I'm just going to do like an all in thing on like full blown, just going to go like we're going all in. And maybe it was a little too heavy, and we just started going crazy. And it was just like, holy camole. Coinbase is going to go for like 390 right now too.
It has been quite the journey. It's been quite the journey. Jason, thank you so much. Thanks for hopping on a Friday. I am happy that got to experience literally this entire run with you for the past year and a half.
Yeah.
And that's awesome. And maybe it's just starting for Q4. Maybe it is.
Maybe it's just starting for the whole. I mean,
whole market. Maybe.
I don't know. He's on a mission. I'll just tell you right now, SMCI, I'm still looking at this thing and I'm just like, this is an egregious price level for SMCI. I don't care what's going on, you know, whatever. This thing is at Liberation Day levels with the amount of data center builds happening right now. That's a stupid price on SMCI. It shouldn't be that low.
Yeah.
That's the only other one I'm looking at right now that's like, okay, that's dumb. But
all right,
yeah, Hoodie,
there's Jason's Twitter.
This is a beast. Appreciate you guys. You've all been amazing. And yeah, it's been a wild ride. Can't believe, dude, you caught another one.
I would say we, dude. I really don't think it's me. I think all of us came together on this.
Yeah.
And,
that's fair. I think this one, and I'm not sure it's over. So I've been on this ride of like not trading Hood a whole lot until just recently. I was like a couple trades around 50, started taking some actual additional trades too. And just recently I had 150 calls for January 26th. And I posted something the other day that I rolled those January calls into. So when you're long calls, you also roll long calls when you're deep in the profit on long calls. You can roll long calls up and out. That's when I was like, today I learned that people are very deep in the red on short calls. It's like, oh my goodness. But yeah.
All right. I'll link his YouTube right here as well. You guys can follow him there. And again, Jason does have a Discord. There's a free section in that Discord. So on his Twitter, you can go to the link in his bio and you can then sign up for his Discord as well. And
what are they saying? Bitcoin all-time high today? What?
Yeah. I mean, well, not all-time high, but
dude,
123. All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
I think that might be today. Which you guys are missing out too if you're not on Technical Tuesday, because all of this was called last Tuesday. This is crazy.
Yeah, all of this was. I forgot Bitcoin all-time high is 1% away. You're right. That's very close. I thought for some reason I was thinking it's like at 130. No, it's at 124. So
I guess there's multiple bells to be rung today, huh? Possibly.
Yeah. No.
Wow.
All right.
What a weekend.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Yeah.
All
Talk
right.
to you on Tuesday.
See you guys.
Later.
Adios. See ya.
Dude, that is wild. I forgot. Bitcoin all-time high is 124,500. That's like $1,000 away from here. That's obviously helping Hood, Coinbase, a lot of those names. Grab still above 620, Coinbase 380, Nebius, a monster today, 131. That one not slowing down. You got the S&P, new all-time high, 672.50. And then you got Hoodie right there below 150. And then Rock Lab. Is that an all-time high? No, it's not an all-time high on Rock Lab. Oh, it is an all-time high on Rock Lab. Why did I think Rocket Lab all-time high was in the 60s? No, this is an all-time high, folks. Rocket Lab. There's Mr. Matt Money just casually in the chat. Dude, me and Matt are gunning for this first spot in the stock draft. He's at 37.9. I'm at 39.3. Matt was winning for like 3 months. I finally get into first place, and Matt's like, hey, not so fast, buddy. You're not just going to take first place like that. So we're going back and forth right here. But damn, Rocket Lab, Hood, and Bitcoin today. I don't have any Nebius. No, I don't know Nebius. But that one has been an amazing story. And then ASTS, is that one moving as well? Yeah, ASTS. All-time highs. Bro, what a freaking Friday. What a freaking Friday. There's your heat map. Tesla and Meta are red, and that's pretty much, and then Palantir off that Reuters article. I think that's the reason. But Tesla, Google, and Meta, Palantir, and some tobacco stocks are red. Everything else is holding on. Matt says I can call in. Yes, Matt, let me WhatsApp you the StreamYard. I think that would be easier than you getting on the phone, you can just join through your phone, and that would help. Let me text you in a second. Damn, bro, it's also freaking 12 o'clock. I didn't even notice. It's 12 o'clock. This is wild, bro. This is wild. All right, so before Matt gets on, let me see some of these super chats. Spark, thank you for the $5 from 50,000 earlier this year to my all-time high of 200,000 in the portfolio. Thank you, Amit, for the guests and the constant motivation. Spark, congratulations, 50 to 200. Incredible. There was someone on Twitter who tagged me yesterday that they went from 100 to 100K in a year. Kids 20 years old. Palantir, NVIDIA, Hood, and I think 2 other names was what got him there. It's just wild. It is just wild, but people are taking advantage of these opportunities. So congratulations. Rushil, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks, Smith, for everything you do. I just bought a car for my parents from some of the gains. Wow. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing stuff. Yeah, very, very, very humbling feeling. I was able to get my dad a Tesla last year. And so it definitely just feels nice, especially as an immigrant, to give back to your parents, given, they came from across the world to give you a better life. So awesome stuff, Rushil. And congratulations to that. Dougie, thank you for the gifted 5. Dougie's got to be at an all-time high in his portfolio. He was riding this Hood train with us for a long, long, long time. So Dougie, thank you for being here. Thank you for the gifted 5 memberships. Jonathan, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate it. Scott, thank you for the gifted 5 as well. So go ahead. So we got Dougie and Scott giving out some of these memberships. Thank you for that. Sathis, thank you for becoming a channel member. RA, thanks to you for becoming a channel member. And VB, thank you as well for becoming a channel member. Congratulations to everybody. Again, really, really appreciate it. It's a big, big win for us. And again, I really do think this is a community win. Palantir and Hood, even Rocket Lab, these are all community wins. Everyone comes together to try to analyze these names. And we try to see, can we pick a name in the market and understand it enough to put capital behind? And these names have worked out. Speaking of Rocket Lab, there's a guy out there at $4 who was telling me to buy it. And unfortunately, I didn't listen as closely as I did. But at 22, I started listening. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matt Money. Matt, what's up? Can't hear you, Matt. All that Rocket Lab money, no mic. What's going on?
Sorry, I was on mute. What's going on, man?
Dude, what is up? It's I think it's been like a month since you've been on the channel. But
it's been a minute.
But Rocket Lab's doing it. I mean, let's just get started right on that before I get some of your thoughts on the macro. I mean, all-time highs on this one. First of all, why is this happening? Is there any reason, for why it's getting this move?
I think it's I got some random music playing in the background. Hold on, let me see if I can find it and get rid of it. But while I do that, I anticipate that there's just a lot of contracts ongoing, right? There's a lot of Space Development Agency contracts that are up in the air right now, Golden Dome contracts that are up in the air right now, that were obviously all supposed to be kind of coming out earlier this month. And I think a lot of people have been looking forward to that with Palantir, Anduril, SpaceX. Everybody has their fingers in this, right? I mean, it's going to be potentially hundreds of billions of dollars being spent. So everyone's got their eyes on this. But obviously because of the government shutdown, it's kind of been put on pause, right? So, but I think that there's just a lot of news. I think there's also, they just got a 10 launch deal additionally with Synspective. It's been one of their most frequent flyers. It's a Japanese company, and they continue to get backlog with them. So I think that'll put them up to like 20 launches. They had 2 additional HASTE launches. So people that are not familiar with HASTE, it's their hypersonic test bed that has multiple different avenues. So they launched 2 almost back to back, like within 2 weeks of each other. So that puts them up to 72 launches. And up to, I think it's like 14 launches for the year. So they're at a trailing 12-month launch cadence of about 19. So they're really starting to hit their stride a good bit. So a lot of good movements. And then I think they had a signal this morning that they are getting their stage 2 piece of equipment for their Neutron rocket qualified. So that changed colors this morning on the website. So it means they're in action. So anyway, lots of different things you could go down. a path with. But overall, I think the stock's in a good spot, and been having a lot of fun with it.
ASTS also participating here. Do you think it's, as to your point, that it's like a space sector move higher that investors are kind of betting on?
I think there is. I think that it's nice, though. I think earlier in the year, I think anybody was betting on anything space, and they were able to make money. And now that things have kind of run somewhat, I think it really, people are starting to understand, okay, who's actually doing things and who is not. And I feel it's kind of remnant of what happened in 2021. I do believe that we'll have some sort of event in the market, whether it's, markets just get tired, or, really just some liquidity gets pulled out of the markets, that people are really starting to try to find, who's actually real and who's not. And so I feel like you've seen some people really pull out of those other stocks. But ASTS, I think they have a good opportunity. I think they're getting closer and closer to the actual launch day of their second version of their Bluebird vehicle, and wishing all those guys the best. I think Chris is in that, and I know a few other good people that are in the Rocket Lab community that I'm good friends with that
Well,
are
you're in
very
it too.
bullish on that.
Your stock draft. You're in this one.
Yes, I am, and I'm also in our public account on our YouTube portfolio, Cashflow Chronicles portfolio. We are in ASTS as well, and that's done well for us.
Yeah. General market sentiment. You got Hood moving up, Nvidia moving up, S&P moving up. Now one of the things I love about you is that you are the true embodiment of, I get paid, I take some money out of my paycheck every 2 weeks, and I buy. And you have a very, very large S&P position because you like betting on America. Do you think we are getting bubbly, frothy, overvalued? And more importantly, do you care, even if we are, because you're probably going to keep buying?
Yes and no. I mean, I always hate saying this. I always like to preface this is like, I would actually love the market to go down, because at least for now, maybe not, and maybe more so previously than today, but at least for now, I don't really see myself leaving the markets anytime soon. And so I have a very, like you stated, a very long time horizon for a lot of the things that I invest in. And that when I invested in Palantir initially, it was just 5 years, almost to the day that they direct listed. I was like, I'm buying this for 2035. I'm not buying it for tomorrow, Yeah. So when I buy these things, I always take that long-term approach. Like, what do I think they're going to be worth? And that's the way I look at them. And so I look at the same thing with the S&P 500. I bought and I buy the S&P 500 knowing it's inevitable that the S&P 500 will be worth 10,000. So the fact that we're at 6,800, I'm like, all right, it's still cheaper than 10,000, right? So, and eventually when we get to 10,000, I'm like, when am I thinking it's actually get to 15? And that's really the honest ways that I approach it. Like, and I'm not just trying to just blow numbers and pull them out of my ass, but it's just a reality. It's the same thing that I think about with Amazon. It's like, yes, I mean, you could talk about short-term headwinds and are we frothy here, but eventually Amazon will be a $10 trillion company. And it's like, you can either get on board and buy stock, and yes, you could try to avoid it. Is it cheap here? Is it expensive here, etc. But I'm not that smart. I'm it. And like you said, I'm putting money in every other week. Every time I get paid, I put money in. I bought Bitcoin. I got paid 2 days ago. I put money into Bitcoin. I got paid the same day I got paid. I bought more Ethereum. Like every time I get a paycheck, I say, how much can I allocate and throw it into assets and buy as much as I can? And so I try my best to just do whatever I can to buy assets. And I just know that Bitcoin will be worth more. Amazon will be worth more. Rocket Lab will be worth more. Even Palantir. I stopped buying Palantir for a long time. I started to reinitiate buys on Palantir based off of what you and I saw in New York. Like, that shit blew my mind. You probably saw.
I can tell you've gotten even more bullish on Palantir.
Dude, my head exploded, dude. Like, everyone was just sitting there, like, looking at me in the room, and I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, that was insane. Yeah. I wish we could talk more about it, but we can't. Haha. They got us signing shit. But that was awesome. But
it was just product. It was just product demos, and they're going to be out soon. But like as someone who uses the product every day, what you saw was impressive.
Yeah, no, it was impressive, and people that may or may not know, because dude, your channel's just grown so much. Congratulations. So people that probably I don't come on as frequent as I should, but yeah, the people that may or may not know, I've been using Palantir since like 2016, 2017, and so what they demonstrated to us just it blew my mind because it just anyway you'll see eventually, and it just as soon as I walked out of the door, I was like, how much money do I have in my checking account right now for free, like that I can reasonably buy? And I hit the buy button. So yeah, it was fun.
This is the let me just pull this up real quick. This is the original interview Matt and I did. What date was this? 2023 June. 2023 wow. June.
Dude, that was my gangster apartment. You're living in a gangster apartment now. That was my.
So I'll link it right there in the chat and you guys can watch it. But that was back in June of 23 when Matt was like, oh, it's legit. It is legit. So it's very exciting. Very, very exciting. All right, last question for you, Matt.
Yeah, I'd be curious. Yeah, I feel bad because you're already here at 12:30. You're on for almost 4 hours at this point. I'm curious what I said with I thought the market cap was peak was back then. It's definitely moved on since then.
From what I remember, it was $500 billion is what you were going on back then, and now I think all of us agree this is obviously $1 trillion at some point.
Yeah,
which is exciting. Okay, there's Matt's Twitter. Matt, I want to do a little bit of rapid fire with you because we do have some audience questions. Then we'll keep going from there. And yeah, we got to get you on the channel more. I know you're getting too rich to come on the channel nowadays, but we need to.
Hey man, Rocket Lab goes to 100. I might just disappear. No, I'm just kidding. No, the hope is the richer I get, the more I could probably show up. That's the hope. So
yeah, well, yeah, because you'll have more time to do this. I love it. Yeah. Next in VG, are you still just buying the dips on those?
Every time I get paid, yeah. People give me this question all the time, so I might just nip it in the bud, considering you have a larger audience than I do. People ask me all the time, like they're both in the same industry, right? Both LNG, but VG is actually exporting today, so they're generating revenue and actually doing a really good job of it. So, there's a lot less risk associated with that. So you can actually do a little bit more fundamental analysis of that specifically. Next is kind of a different beast, right? They have yet to export anything. They're going to start exporting in late 2027, early 2028 timeframe and build from there. So it's almost like, if you think about it, it's like, what's the way to think about it?
One has cash flows right now. The other one has a promise of cash.
I was trying to think of like an analogy of like a different industry that somebody's producing something and somebody's about to produce something. But anyway, yeah, that's a great analogy of it. One of them is already producing, one of them is not. So
SoFi, are you buying the dip?
I've been buying SoFi. So I originally sold SoFi, I forget, like April or something like that. And I bought Nubank, and ever since then I've been slowly accumulating more and more SoFi. Am I sad that I sold? Yes, because I think I bought new in like the 12, so I'm still up on it. And data-driven investing definitely made and shoved it in my face the other day that SoFi is way up compared to Nubank. But overall, I just think that Nubank is a lot more longer runway than potentially SoFi in the longer term, or at least in terms of comfort. Where was I with that? It was in terms of comfort. I felt more comfortable with Nubank at the time. Maybe it was a stupid move, but either way, I still have a small SoFi position that I've been growing, and I'm hoping to continue to grow that one as well. I think SoFi is going to be great, and even my note that I wrote, I was always bullish on SoFi, and I like to give people crap because it's fun to poke Tevis because. I made a bet with him because I still don't think that by the end of the year it'll hold above 25 personally, but we'll see.
If you, real quick, back to Next or VG, I know you don't need to, but if you had to pick between one or two, or one of the other.
Yeah, so I didn't finish that caveat statement. So it's a risk tolerance perspective. I'm going longer on Next because I can afford to take the risk. So to me, I'm in a position now where I'm willing to take more larger swings, because if I lose, let's just say for an example, if I lose $10,000, it's really not going to hurt me. But if I gained $100,000, it's really going to help me, right? I'm kind of dumbing down the magnitudes, but you understand what I'm kind of talking about, right? Like if I lose 10,000, it's really going to be like, I'm not going to blow my brains out. So in that respect, that's where I'm kind of at now. It's the same thing that I had with Rocket Lab. It was like, should I sell Rocket Lab? Oh my God. And it's like, well, a lot of the things with Rocket Lab has kind of been like de-risked. So it's like Rocket Lab now. Anyway, let me finish the VG next statement. Sorry. So for me, I think that especially now, I think Next has taken a huge tumble because of what happened. And I think with respect to what happened, I think there was supposed to be, and what I think a lot of people anticipated, there was supposed to be a dilution event to be able to fund trains 4 and 5. And what actually ended up happening was the company said, no, we're going to actually do this without diluting the shareholders, which in the short term means the project itself will cash flow less. But if you think about it, you mean that I'm going to be able to maintain control of the entire project, right? And not get diluted 50, 60, potentially 100%, right? Like you're able to now, yes, maybe you lose 20% of your cash flow, but you didn't get diluted 50 or 100%. Like to me, that's a win. So yeah, short term, it sucks. On a project level basis, you're going to cash flow less, but you're able to maintain more. So to me, I think if you look at it as a project basis, yes, negative, yes. But if you look at it as a shareholder, I think what they're doing is very shareholder friendly. And I think a lot of the people that are actually looking at it as shareholders, people that are existing shareholders and not looking at it like a bank, they have been actually adding very significantly. The insiders as the CEO, the other large shareholders that have been buying, the Emiratis are buying. They literally well, I probably shouldn't talk much about this, but there was an investment Emirati firm that literally just swapped out for another Emirati firm. They said, hey, we want to buy your stake in it. So if they're excited, what do they know that we don't? Right. So they're not stupid. So the Emiratis are very intelligent. And I can tell that, for people that don't know, I work in oil and gas. So, I study them very extensively. And that's all I'll say about that. But I personally like Next, but if you want a little bit less risk, I think VG is inevitable. I think it will be $100 billion company itself as well, but it's already 30 billion. So, if you're looking for somewhere steady to put money, I think it's a great place. But you're not going to get the returns that you would potentially with Next, but Next has more hair on it.
And the Next insiders are buying like crazy, and that's another bull case for you as well.
Yeah.
Okay, last question for you. And before I ask this, everyone, please make sure if you're not subscribed to Cash Flow Chronicles, you subscribe to that. That is Matt and Chris's podcast. They've started
Appreciate
season 3.
Season 3 has been blessed. Thank you for everybody's support. It's been a lot of fun.
I believe it's about 2 to 3 episodes a week. So it's 2 to 3 episodes of good 2-hour content late in the night on macro, stocks, all that stuff. So please make sure to subscribe to that. Bros, this is the only loser so far in your ETF. If this thing comes back, you're gonna wipe the floor with me in terms of winning first place. Why do you think this one's down from $70?
It ran really heavy. I mean, pull up kind of like a year-long chart. I think that if you look at a year-long chart for Bros, after it got to the latter half of last year, it started getting closer and closer to cash flow break even. So for people that don't know, they don't really use the McDonald's model. They use the company operated model. So what I mean by that is they have company operated stores. They don't have like some franchisees and everything like that. But what they do is they say, hey, we're making 30% operating profit on all these stores. We want to retain that. And so it's very capital intensive. So what they got to basically is they're spending $250 million a year building out all these stores. What they did late last year is choke back a little bit. They said, we're going to slow down. We're going to get cash flow. when they said that, that's when the stock obviously spiked up a good bit. People loved that response. Now they're getting to a place where their EBITDA and CapEx is really starting to hit a kind of inflection point. CapEx has obviously stayed kind of flat, 225 million. EBITDA is growing above 300 million, and will be probably growing to 350 million next year. And with that, I think people are starting to say, holy shit, like these guys are actually going to be able to fund more stores. They're building 150, 160 stores a year now. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the decade, they're building 250 stores a year. Why they're retracing, I just think that they ran a little good bit. And at the end of the day, they were expensive. But I think if you look at it from where they're going to be, let me just do some quick math for everybody. So they make about $2 million a store. By the end of the decade, they're going to have about 2,000 stores. So that's about $4 billion in revenue. With that, their EBITDA margins around 25% is what I'm kind of predicting by the time they get there. So it's about $1 billion in EBITDA. The company right now is worth about $8.5 billion. And so if you think about that, you're paying pretty much an 8.3x multiple on year end 2029, year end 2030 sort of,
which is not crazy. It's
not. And if you think about it in the long term, and this is where it starts to get really fun on it, is like they said basically they think they can get to, they didn't state that this is their ambition, but in the past they've stated they want to get to 3,500, 4,000 stores. So then take that 2 million, and this is not inflation adjusted, right? 2 million per store times 4,000, that's $8 billion in revenue. Once again, take that 25, that's $2 billion in EBITDA, right? $2 billion in EBITDA, start putting multiples on that, right? Let's just say it's a 20x multiple. What's 2 times 20 on it? It's $40 billion. So the company right now is only worth $8.5 billion. So it wasn't necessarily me running out to go buy when it was at 80 some dollars a share. It was a little frothy when it was $11-12 billion. But here we are at 8.5 billion. What are they going to do? I mean, once they get to 4,000 stores, they're going to start buying back stock. I anticipate that they're going to start paying dividends, buy back stock. And when you buy at a low cost basis, you start to get rewarded and use that money to buy other stuff. I don't know what I'll be buying with it. Maybe more Rocket Lab, but maybe more Dutch Bros. I don't know. Maybe I'll use it to buy my coffee in the morning. But regardless,
and I think you also see this as a trend against Starbucks. Like people just don't love that brand as much anymore. And
it's interesting. It's interesting. So they have yet to really enter the Eastern Coast. So I think a lot of your followers there is a lot of people that in your channel watch on the West Coast, but there's a lot of East Coasters as well. And I don't think a lot of people have had experience with Dutch Bros because it hasn't hit the East Coast yet.
Correct.
It has hit Florida. They are about to enter South Carolina. Man, dude, this is getting me so fired up.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
She touched 124. She's trying to go for it.
Did she? All right. Okay. But dude, like since it was 120 at 9 something, well, for you 10 something this morning. So within the last 2 hours, it's jumped like $3,500-4,000. It's crazy. Anyway, it's interesting. There's still a lot of stores. They're just about to enter Georgia. So I'm curious with Mr. Patel if they're going to take some trips out there.
Chris is still a Starbucks. He's a Starbucks junkie. So if he switches, that would be quite incredible.
We'll see. It is different, right? So Starbucks, if you like that more bitter, burnt sort of taste, then you're gonna stick with your Starbucks, right? But I think that if you like more of like a dairy, like energy drinks, you like a little bit more of like a dairy like frothy sort of thing, you're going to be a Dutch Bros kind of guy. And if you like lemonades and teas, Dutch Bros, their lemonades are just next level. Like I've never had a better lemonade in my life. than Dutch Bros. And I think the thing that's also kind of curious, it could be good or bad. They're going to release food SKUs this year. So they have right now, sorry, I'm going on a tangent, but might as well. They have 3 muffin tops that they have and a granola bar. So they have 4 SKUs. They're going to limit the muffin tops to 1 chocolate chip, which chocolate chip muffin top for them is fucking phenomenal. And they're going to start releasing like sliders and stuff that's like microwavable ready. So nothing that like they're not going to be grilling or frying or anything back there. But the hope is that they're going to be able to add on, because they don't, most of their sales are actually after 10 a.m. So they're trying to get that breakfast crowd. And obviously if they're able to get that breakfast crowd, that means they just get more money through the stores. And the hope is they can get a little bit more annual unit volume. So if you're able to get $2.5-3 million a store, Jesus Christ, you know, you might be thinking about this company being worth $45-50 billion.
Dude, you know the restaurant that needs to go public? I think, and put in the chat if you would say yes or no immediately if I say the name of this, if you would invest in it. Matt, I'm curious about your opinion as well. But if Chick-fil-A went public, I dude, every time I go, the lines are just like, it is, I feel like that's a no-brainer if it goes public.
So I think people know I'm trying to be a little bit better these days about what I eat. Their grilled nuggets, bro. They're expensive as shit, but their grilled nuggets are just next level.
It's probably not as good as the fried chicken nuggets, but it's still a decent alternative.
Dude, I don't even know. Like I one of these days I might have to do a taste test side by side. I don't even get upset that I'm like, oh, I had to go get grilled nuggets. Like I'm excited still to get grilled nuggets. Like they are phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Yeah. All right, Matt, I love it. Thank you for being on the channel. We got to make sure we do this at least every couple weeks.
I know, man. I appreciate it. You rock, and I need to stop working so hard. My old boss that I helped retire through Rocket Lab, he was just like, dude, he's like, lean into social media more. And I was like, I know just the guy who.
But also, dude, I mean, you've done very well for yourself in the stock market and in real estate. Matt's a big Airbnb guy. He has a lot of rental properties. I mean, if you wanted to just do your own thing, you obviously have the financial freedom to do it, but I think you love the grind of working, right? So
I do. For me, and I've been telling people this, is like, I'm afraid that if I take my foot off the gas, that I would just sleep until 2 p.m. every day and just like I would fall apart. So I need something to give me some structure. Like there's a reason I go into the office, because luckily on Fridays I can generally contain myself. Like I'm working from home right now, and I was just like, yes, I can call in for half an hour, and I'll probably go grab some lunch after this. But normally, if I'm just like during the pandemic or when we had Hurricane Harvey here in Houston in 2017, I just can't trust myself at home because I have the YouTube stuff. So if I have that other thing, like I'll start working on that because I have that enjoyment. And so I'll just be researching stocks and, so I like to segment that because if I'm in the office, I know, hey, I need to be looking at oil and gas. If I'm at home, I could be doing this. So
no, it's real. And like the live streams keep my structure. So, I mean, like it makes me wake up 2 hours early, get ready. Like it's always important to have a routine. And it's very important to know yourself, because if you don't have a routine and then you have all the time and freedom in the world, it could lead to like a depressing lifestyle because you might just wake up at 5 p.m. every day. Right. And so definitely hedging against that is very important.
Yeah. Hey, how did you get the landlord to approve the bricks? Like I know that's why you were off stream for a couple days. Like I know you had to get the contractors in there to build the wall, but
well, I mean, the landlord.
I don't think the audience appreciates what you do for them.
No, they don't. They really don't. I mean, like first of all, I just want to let everybody. The landlord was a woman, and Matt is the founder of Riz. And so Matt, I think we might have just tell them right here. I called up Matt a couple weeks ago. I said, you got to give me some tips on how to Riz. And he explained to me, you have to be like, when I look at you, I get bricked up. So I want to get the bricks in the back. Like, that was your line. You told me to say that to her. And that's what got the job done.
And that's why I'm still single at 34.
That's why.
And
no,
no
if you're
kids.
single, we got the bricks, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's how it played out.
Good.
I love it.
Man. All right, man. I'll
Matt.
let you end it because you've been on and you're exhausted. I'll let you get ready for this afternoon.
All right, appreciate you, Matt. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Matt's
Cheers.
Twitter right there in the chat. Thank you, Matt. All right, there you go. Matt's a good guy, bro. Matt's a good guy, and he's so freaking smart, bro. He is so freaking smart, dude. I don't have next, but I feel like I'm just gonna take a position in this and borrow Matt's conviction here, and it's not even just Matt's conviction. It's freaking the insiders buying almost 2 million shares in the past month. Like, I don't know. I think a starter position throwing 500,000 shares at this is not too crazy. I don't know that much about oil and gas. I know it's going to be important. I trust Matt a lot when he analyzes next in particular, but the insider buys to me in general are always relatively bullish. So that is one that we'll keep an eye on. All right. I think that's it. Hoodie, I hope we get the 150 close. Even if we don't, that's okay. Been a crazy day. S&P new all-time highs. Robinhood grabbed above 610. Rocket Lab and ASTS. Again, shout out to Matt Money. He really educated, I think, a lot of people on YouTube. Him, Dave, and Vince. These guys really got the world to understand Rocket Lab. That's at 55.37. New all-time high. And then ASTS trying to push 70 for the first time. That's up 3.4%. And then, unfortunately, Palantir taking a little bit of a hit today, but it's had a strong last month. That one's down about 5%. But overall, relatively strong market. NVIDIA down about 0.5%. Tesla still down 2%. S&P all-time highs. And then Hoodie trying to go for 150. Google right there going green. Nebius also, congrats to those that are in this. I think Nate's in the chat. I told Nate last night, I was like, bro, you had to like really sit me down and force me to get on FaceTime with you when Nebius was 30 and you didn't do enough work. You didn't do enough work, bro. Like, and so I kind of blame him for me missing Nebius. But if you didn't miss it, I mean, you could have bought it after the Microsoft deal at 85 and still be up a good chunk, which is crazy, bro. And to Nate's credit, I mean, he bought more after that Microsoft deal. So if you really know a name, you really know a name. And that one's doing well. And then Rich Tech Robotics, again, this was one that we looked at a little bit yesterday. I don't know why it's up 21%. It might be a deal. I haven't seen anything, or it just might be technicals. That one's moving. This one's also a very small cap company and also low shares outstanding. So anything quick could move this. But for those that are in it, that one's also not too bad. Up about 21%. Ash saying you have to buy more IREN. Maybe I do, bro. I have not done the research on it, bro. Like, I'm at the point of the year where I don't want to take big positions in something that, like, next is down a lot. The insiders are buying, and that's enough to at least start a little bit into it. IREN, I don't know if 51 is where it not tops out, but just like chills out a bit, and there's a better entry, or if this thing is a Nebius and it goes higher. And I just haven't done the work on it. That's the problem. But the amount of people in this community that are doing the work on a Nebius, IREN, a CoreWeave, a Bitfarms, a Cypher, a Wolf, and you heard Jose about it. He's pretty bullish on these names. Again, you do have to do due diligence on the nature of how these names are executing, because there's a big execution risk, but that industry does not look like it's slowing down at all. And definitely 2026, I think we're going to have to make some bets on a few of these, and we might have to buy them a little higher, but it's better than trying to time the exact bottom on these. So Ash, I know you've been in IREN for a while. I know you've been tweeting about it for a while. So congrats to you, man. This one's a big win. Again, everyone, you just needed a couple names this year. You might have only needed one name this year, and it changed your year, changed your life. That's the beautiful thing about a bull market, but it's also the beautiful thing about retail coming together and doing all this due diligence to find these names. Amazing stuff. Incredible stuff. Not too bad. By the way, guys, I just got a text from Chris. He said he re-listened to the segment, and he said, quote, yeah, I went a little bit off the deep end there. So you got to give him a little bit of slack. He works in healthcare, so obviously this is a very emotional topic to him. And so it is what it is, right? He's going to be emotional sometimes on his side of the aisle. But again, I think in general, I don't want to get super, super political. And also Chris doesn't want to get super, super political. He's not a political influencer. He doesn't care about this stuff. So, for those that don't come here for politics, I respect why you come here. And I don't want to ever get political. Sometimes it's hard to avoid it, but I think in certain situations, it's okay if we do avoid it. And the thing is, 50% of you agree, 50% of you disagree, which is like, again, it's like literally the most polarizing subject ever when you talk about anything that's super, super political, if you're not talking about the impact that it has on the markets. That's the nuance there. And Chris is really good at breaking down the impact it has on the markets. It's just this one is an emotional subject for him because he works in healthcare. So, he's a human being. It can overpower sometimes a lot of the investing analysis on it. But hopefully we're all grown up enough to not get that like isolated just because we disagree with someone. Now, again, some people aren't, which it is what it is, if that's the point. Like, there are some people that literally can't listen to the other side. And that is an issue. That is a real issue. And that, I don't like to get political and I don't want to turn into a political channel, but for some people that just can't listen to the other side, like, look, I don't agree with everything AOC says, but I listen. I'm curious. What does she have to say? I don't agree with everything JD Vance says, but I listen. I want to see what they have to say. Like, I feel like that is the most common sense approach towards politics. You can have your side, but you have to be able to listen to the other side. And I think sometimes left or right get way too isolated to one side that we like or not. So, yeah, I do hope that we can all navigate it. But again, I don't want to be political on this channel. So we're going to try to keep the politics away from it. Because I just think from a pure fundamental perspective, it's a lose-lose. Like, there's no winning when it comes to that stuff. And so, we'll try to continue keeping it towards stocks. Bitcoin, we are trying to get 124. I think I'm going to sign off here. I wanted to stay for Bitcoin all-time highs, but she's going to work for it. 124.5. We got to 124.03. But we're not there above 124.5. I think by law, we need to give you a 15-minute break or something. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I haven't peed in 5 hours, dude. That's like every day, though. Today was just a little bit longer, but I think I've trained my body to just like not need to use the bathroom for like 4 hours in a row or eat or anything, which I actually like. I don't like eating at all in the morning, bro. Like, I hate eating in the morning. It's just too much stuff in your system. So, yeah. It's become a lifestyle. When is the 24-hour stream? That's a good question. I don't know, but I want to do it before the end of the year. Or at least I want to do like a late night stream before the end of the year. Like, we did one with the Grok announcement. We stayed up to like 2 a.m. on that one, but we got to see. I want to get some guests over, so we'll make it a good night. But we got to figure out what we can do. All right, so I think that's it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Long stream today. Big new all-time highs on Hoodie, Rocket Lab, ASTS, across the board, S&P 500, Bitcoin gunning for it. So not a bad day. Word of the day, what do we got? I don't know how to say this shit, bro. What is this? Cacography? Bad handwriting, poor penmanship. Cacography. Okay, there you go. Bad handwriting and poor penmanship. Dude, Bitcoin's below 123. Goodness, bro. They took it away. It's like just above 123. They took that away quick, bro. Gave us 124 when Matt was talking. 5 minutes later, trying to break it down below 123. Yeah, that could also affect Hood. I mean, now granted, Hood's very close to 150, but even if it's below 123, the move on Bitcoin today has been massive. So that could definitely help. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody. We'll have Sam on the channel today on the close. I know we've had so many people today on the channel, whether it's Chris or Matt or Jose, but we'll have Sam on the channel. I know people appreciate him. He gave us the original Nebius thesis back at 30. We'll get his thoughts on the market. Rubric, I know a lot of people are thinking about that one, so we'll get some of his thoughts on Rubric. I think he is long that name. And then Amazon's actually his biggest position. So we'll try to get some more updates on what he's thinking is going on with Amazon. All right, there we go. Thank you, everybody. Have a good one. If I don't see you on the market close, I will see you Sunday for the future show. And if not, I'll see you on the market close. Thank you, everybody. Have a good one. See you guys in a couple hours. Bye, everyone.